Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, everyone, to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for June 12th, 2022. I want to welcome all the international knowledge seekers and people from all over this planet and our friends in the universe as well. As you saw the flight system, and you've actually seen it taking off, but I think it's just the opposite, at least at this point. The flight system is stationary, and just picture your soul as expanding. And the moon mission has already been completed. Apparently, there's more than one person who's been to the moon. Others have observed the moon, gone to the sun, gone to other places, even met Mitra, even met the soul of Christ, or saw the soul of Christ, and so on and so forth. So we're in such a glorious time, and the technology, of course, as Mr. Keshe said, is going to be opened up slowly at first, but then there'll be a very rapid progression into this knowledge. And of course, the governments are observing. They know exactly what's going on. Mr. Keshe has a direct line to NASA and so forth. I'd like to start off with the World Peace Treaty today, as this is the foremost idea about bringing peace to this planet as well as all the inhabitants of the planet. And this is what the technology of the Keshe Foundation is all about. It's a peaceful technology, and it's not meant to kill or harm or destroy anything. And so I think we'll just read the World Peace Treaty, which again, you can make a PDF copy of this on the website, as I understand it. And this is the exact paper, the simple little paper that the world leaders are going to pledge their nations to peace. This simple one-page document. It's not going to be an elaborate with all these other people signing it. It's going to be the world leaders and so on pledging their nation to peace, pledging themselves to peace. And again, you don't even have to sign this with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. So let's just read it through. And again, some of these things can be crossed out in here depending on who is. It could be a council, a region, a city, a town, a nation, a territory, a soul, and so on. But again, it's not always needed to sign this in the matter state. You can sign with the pen of your soul. It's called the World Peace Treaty. And we as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we all agree and swear with our nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, bodies, and souls. You would put your name here, your signature, the date, the position, on behalf of, could be yourself, it could be your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. And then it's good to have a witness. It was witnessed by so-and-so, their signature, their date, and the position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And yes, everything comes from the radiated fields of the Creator. All the things we see or we can't see. So there's so many beauties in this universe, and and on this planet as well. It's the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe, as I understand the knowledge up to this point. So we're all part of this, and this is the idea, to bring the children of Mitra into this peaceful condition without killing, here or in space. And that's the ethos we're putting forward. And of course, that's just the beginning of our travels in space, but it's a prerequisite, I think, for anyone to go through these units and links, or to travel across the universe. And that's one of the reasons we haven't been allowed to. And to go to Linz, you can go to the Keshe Foundation store. You can book your travel there by conventional means, in other words, through the airlines and so on, and land somewhere in an airport in Linz or perhaps Vienna and so on. So that's one way to travel. You would, of course, be responsible for your own meals, your own hotel, and the processing is €1,000 per 30-minute session. And of course, it's all up to the individual of how they want to be there. But Mr. Keshe says it's all of our responsibilities to sign up for this, to be part of this, and to get ourselves over to Linz. As he said in the past, it's every man's obligation to investigate and understand this knowledge for themselves. In the recent period, he's also giving a second way to arrive in Linz, and they're calling this the mobile experience. And this mobile experience, you don't even have to leave your residence. And I was thinking I didn't really want to travel through the conventional means. It's much easier for many people in Europe and so on. But if you prefer to travel through the fields and arrive in Linz, this is a €2,000 ticket. But even the airlines alone is at least half of that from where I am in the New York area. And of course, you can be there, be processed, and be back home in the same day. And you can book as many sessions as you like. This apparently is a very good opportunity right now, as in the very near future, these flights will be in the area of $5,000 to $10,000. So it would be a good opportunity. It's all of our obligations and responsibilities in one way or another to get yourself to Linz, or to send a representative from your nation. I know the Brazilians have done that. Hopefully, some of the Africans will do that as well. And therefore, we're building this encyclopedia of everyone or all the beings, even your cat, your small dog, a fish, a beautiful plant. Other beautiful images of mankind can be brought into this system. I don't know all the particular details, but it's all a very glorious time and a glorious period. So it's your choice which way you'd like to get to Linz. And then once you learn it and you're sort of tethered to this, I think you'll be able to maybe move around this planet, go back to Linz for more flights, and so on and so forth, or just do it directly from your own home. And I would think you're going to teach it to the others that are ready for this knowledge. I don't know exactly, but we're finding out more and more almost day by day now. Monday, 10 people will be being processed. I think Wednesday, another group will be processed, and we'll probably see on Tuesday what happened on Monday. The following week, I think the Italians are making their quote unquote pilgrimage to Linz. He said they're bringing their guitars, their pizza, their wine, their pastas, and planning to have a picnic on the moon. NASA will be quite impressed, and so won't all the other space agencies on this planet, because this is what they're trying to do, but they're doing it in the matter state. And Mr. Keshe said, we are the aircraft, we are the spaceship, and all we do, I say all we do, but if that entity, your entity, is put in the correct fields and balanced correctly, you'll be able to take a flight anywhere in the universe, as I understand it. But right now, they've just been concentrating on the moon, but you're the captain of your own ship, so you decide where you'd like to go. And some people are not even flying. They're looking for other things that they're seeking, and that's fine too. So whatever you'd like to do, you choose, as you're the captain of your own ship. What I'd like to do is just take a moment and, well, a moment, maybe 20 minutes, and review what actually happened yesterday. What was revealed to us through the simulation testimonials. And while I'm at it, I'd just like to mention that there is a testimonial meeting on Monday, starting at 8 p.m. CET with Rick. So anyone who'd like to bring something there is welcome to do that as well. But this is what was shared yesterday. It's short, but we saw some beautiful knowledge seekers and others share what they, and not everybody wants to share, as I said. I think it's quite emotional. They're still trying to process many of these things. But I thought we'd just go through the next step, where Mr. Keshe said he's putting two units here together now and creating sort of an infinity loop and so on. And I don't know all the details, but everyone looked quite pleased, quite amazed, quite satisfied. And we didn't even see all of the people, because some people are camera shy and they maybe at this point are not ready to reveal exactly their experience. But I think the foundation has it recorded, and it becomes the property of the foundation to share as they choose. So let's go to this for about 20 minutes, and then we'll go into the Dome of Peace, perhaps. But also feel free, this is always a round table, at least when I'm speaking, that anyone can come in at any time, add to the knowledge, make a comment, and so on. Now, during the teaching with Alex, that is different. But anytime you feel like opening your mic, say stop the video, you'd like to add something or make a comment or ask a question, just feel free to do that. As again, we're all equal in this round table, and we're all playing a part of it. Even though we don't know fully the exact part, our souls have agreed to be here at this position in this time to help usher in the world peace and to bring this family into the community that we call the universal community, our family. We've always been part of that family, just the way we've always been part of traveling across space, but now it's enhanced even more. As Mr. Keshe said, he's delivering this ability to be able to all beings in the universe to be able to move in the dimension of energy or the dimension of the matter state of nature. So let's see if this starts here. And again, feel free to stop it, make a comment, ask a question at any time. This is going to run for about 20 or 25 minutes.
In what we have gained and what you knowledge seekers not adding on. For a long time, we've been teaching, we shared knowledge,
I think I'm going to pause that and we are going to go to the 162 for maybe 10 minutes. Now, Azar had recommended we review this. And again, I looked at it yesterday, very nice, teaching back from 2017, laying down some of the understanding of what was coming or what we could even do at that time if you could reach this level of understanding. But let's take 10 minutes here and then we'll go maybe 20 minutes in the other shop. So this is the 162 Knowledge Seekers Workshop that Azar had recommended we review. So let's just review part of it. Hopefully it'll warm you up to want to see the rest of it, but you can see this progressive teaching that Mr. Keshe has delivered over the last 10, 15, 20 years on this planet. And again, he's been doing this throughout the universe for millions of years.
Man itself that it calls itself is evolution. So do we need to build the spaceships to trust that we keep our souls in matter of physicality, or can we go a step further to understand that one can use his own soul to travel to the depths of the universe without the tangibility of the spaceship? As I said in many teachings in the recent past, we don't teach the race of the man anymore. We teach across the universe as my voice is my soul and is heard across. For those who are in the next stage of the development of the crossing to another dimension of the travels in depth of the space of the universe. In time, man will understand the message as it matures. It's very interesting when you sit across and you listen to that in this time and age of teaching of the man, we have put the man at the age of nursery of his understanding, with the ones who are in the 6th class and the ones who are diplomaed and the ones who are in university, all in the same class of the university of the understanding of the knowledge of the universe. And what is not understood by the kindergartens, children playing in the front row, means a lot, but those who are masters and philosophers and PhDs and professors in the back row. And the man is on the stage of infancy playing in the front row. As my beloved brother used to say, it just goes over my head. Because then I have to understand it, and then I have to make changes, and then I have to understand what changes will come to what. You have to start understanding the path between the emotion, the physicality, and the soul. And then you understand in what the strength of the soul you need to have the perfect combination of the feelings that leaves you with manifestation of the physicality at any point of the reference across the universe. The soul of the man is the creator of the man. But the only problem we have is we called it a man, because the soul of the creator is manifested in physicality of the created. So, is the soul of the man the God of the man? And has man been in delusion of finding the creator where the creator sits within the man through the creation of his own existence according to accumulation and the strength of the soul of the man? I made man in the image of myself. I am the soul, and through the soul I create the emotion which in transformation of my energy of me gives the physicality of me. Is there a need for a church? Is there a need for prophets which the man has clung to so fast, not to be able to go through the transition to understand the work of himself and his soul? We don't teach anymore. We inspire the soul of the man to evolve, to be educated by themselves. The schools and the churches and the mosques to abuse the soul of the man are shut from now on. It's the man who has to find a path to his soul, to educate himself according to the point of the universe where he arrives, because not many others will arrive in that point, and there is no book of reference. You cannot go back to earth or go to the library, find out what it says about here, because you are there and then, and you have to understand it's the strength of your soul which dictates your manifestation in physicality in that environment. It's you, through the strength of your emotion, have to be a negotiator between the physicality and the soul. But there is one point. The soul shines all the time at the same strength. It's the emotion which is the filter to the dimension of the physicality. If you understood that, you understand that all the souls are equal in the eye of the creation of the soul. It's man who needs to understand through his emotion how and where to position which filter that it gives the manifestation of the body of the man at the point of the manifestation. Where you want to manifest, or can you manifest in different dimensions across. This is what the stars do. The star radiates its field, and according to the strength of the field in different positions of its shell, of its plasma, you have Jupiter and you have Venus. So the energy of the strength of the star itself has not changed, but according to the strength and the position, it manifests itself in different features and structures. So can we, through our emotion, be visible and tangible in different strength of dimension? The answer is yes. So do stars. So does the essence of the central point of the universe, that as it feels travels outwards at different strength positions, leads to creation of billions of galaxies and stars, planets, moons and dusts. But in essence they all came from the center. So can a man, to understand itself through the strength of his soul, create and be able to live in different conditions within itself? And the answer is yes. Man will learn this very soon once you become the passengers of the space.
Okay, so that's what we're being taught, to become the passengers of the space. Maybe returning here once in a while, just for a moment, and then going back into space. I think he said most of the people, 90% of them, they might return, but they're not going to stay. I don't understand why, if we're creating such a beautiful situation here, maybe the universal experience is even more beautiful than what we're creating. He said we'd still have to look for water and do this and deal with all the ups and downs of this physicality in this situation. So as he said in the past, it's so beautiful that you would bring your own demise to get there. But then if you do that, you're a wrong creation in so many ways. So let's go to this experience that someone, a few people, many people are starting to learn the strength of their soul and how to position themselves in different places. Even this, one of the gentlemen, I think it's this first one here, he was able to go back to the exact position on the moon and to gather some stones and some different things. But let's hear how this is developing, let's say, in the Linz Exhibition Center. Again, beyond the imagination and what we've seen, this non-dimensional, this room that's coming up is even beyond, again, our imagination, which we're already beyond in a way, but not our imagination, so to speak, but just to understand that it's real, it's happening right now on this planet. And of course, it's to bring peace to this planet so we can move across the universe and that we end this whole cycle of killing and harming and destroying other beings. So let's see if we can play this. If anyone, of course, wants to make any comments, you can feel free. But again, we're basically in the kindergarten, which I've always admitted to. I will be right up front with that. Alex just confirmed the same. We're sort of in the infancy, as Mr. Keshe said, we haven't even cracked the door of this knowledge open yet. But it's going to progress rather quickly, I think, in the coming time. But again, this knowledge will never end as long as man is in his existence. So let's try it here. Let's see.
Teaching, we share in what we have gained and what you knowledge in what we have gained and what you knowledge seekers not adding on. For a long time, we've been teaching, we shared knowledge, we brought some of you in, you shared what you tested or made at home. And in a way, for the first time, 10 years of teaching, solid, over 20 years of spreading the knowledge. Now you have become what we call the testers of the technology. You are there now to, in a way, pilot us to space. We are learning a lot. We have brought a lot of new understanding in the second day of the test, and it has brought us new insight. The first day we were trying to find the parameters of the system. As I explained to you in the past time, that we started with what we call the single system. This was what we wanted to do. This is what was, if you remember, the combination of the system was, we have a room made for the what we call the flight simulation. That's your entrance door. You have 3 chairs on either side. We have controlling systems on the background. We have a unit here and we have a unit here. Each one carries 2 chairs. And last time, the first day, we just tested this system to find its parameters, to find what it is. And we brought the second system into operation on Friday. So now we have two systems running at the same time, and we have seen some wonderful results. We see some interaction results as the knowledge seekers, some of them know each other, some don't know each other. We do a lot of tests at the same time. This time we had 10 people on Friday. So the usual procedure, 1, 2, 3, each you go up and then you enter the system. The same 1, 2, 3, and then you enter the system. In this process, we now have added a new dimension because we are looking for a further development. What we do in different positions and different time, when we have 4 people in the room, when they go through the process, we get them to stand in the middle. That we don't use the systems, we use the environment. And we are assessing how the environment, without being in the system, is creating conditions, and how it's assessing. Because this is what is going to be next step for us, is that we will remove, maybe in a short time, the systems from the room. And more or less, the room becomes what we call the system. This is now, with testing, we see it's doable, because we see people still having effects and emotion inside. You have to remember, in a very simple way, that these two systems here are what we call that infinity loop condition, which means they are now in working with each other, trying to balance each other. This system is set for the rotation of the fields this way. This system is set for rotation this way. And there are other characteristics in the design. So what we see and we tested, if you look at again about the height of the room, and your two systems are here, we stand you in the middle here. When the system gets going, we start hearing noises in a very peculiar, specific way. Noises is a buzzing noise. We've seen this one in tests in China, that we hear noises at this level, but it is totally silent at this level. When we go on our hands and knees, we don't hear the interaction, because this is at the level of the, what we call central line of the system. The systems, when we go this way, the noise goes. When we go this way, the noise goes. So the interaction between the system in this level, between the reactors, is predominantly noisy. You hear it, it's a physical noise. In China, we could hear literally talking to each other. Now we started the systems, we still what they call matching it up and taking it up. We came across some beautiful understanding. Now the two systems, because they're working together, they are working in this condition too. And when I walk around, I hear different noises according to what happens in these places. So we see how the whole system structure is working with each other. But there are other matters which, as part of the research we are doing, we find out how things will turn out. We have had a very interesting development this time. We can test only about 10 to 12 people a day. We start from 10 o'clock, more or less, and we go all the way till 6, 7 o'clock at night for 10 people. It's not just half an hour being in the system. It's being in the system till we see what develops. And what happens is now with some people, we go like this, they go into the seat, And then we asked them to change seat to the other one to see how they react between the two systems. And or we put them in this system and we asked them to go in the other system for another half an hour, whatever. So this is not you coming in, I have half an hour time. You're in there for us to learn, to see, to understand, to position people, men with men, men with women, men as a captain, women as a captain, and we're developing a good picture of what is going on, what the system capability are coming up gradually. On Monday and Wednesday, we have two more groups. These are the German groups, and maybe a couple of people outside. Next week and the week after, we hear that we'll have the Italian groups coming in block, daily blocks. Italians are bringing their wine, the pizza, the what you call the guitars, and they want to go to the moon and have a party. This is at least what we hear from them. We don't know if we're going to let them have a party, but we'll see. Hopefully by that time, we'll be able to allow them to have a party in this area. And the interesting part is how they will feel. We have to prepare them one by one and just literally sit them on the ground or sit them on something till the others join in, because they all have to go through the system before they come in the center. We have to all go through the process. And we'll see what happens. Last week, on the first day test, we saw different conditions. We heard the gentleman going on the moon, but just felt on his legs. This time, because the fields are much, much stronger, you have to realize now we are dealing with a totally different ball game. We are dealing with a field in this environment. And we know exactly how we have set our system to work. This is a very simplistic structure. These reactors individually has made for their position, the way, and these reactors don't exist outside Keshe condition. We have developed it in a way that is for what we want to achieve and the way we want to achieve it. What is interesting on Friday's test is amazing result. You got to understand, 20% of the people we see now for the second day, 2 out of 10, don't feel anything, don't reach anywhere. And we leave it, we are looking at how things are and see what's the next step. We're still following the gentleman who was blind, who came in the first day. And he still goes through the flight system. But what he tells us yesterday is that he's been blind for 6 years. He told us 4 years now. Yesterday we found out it's 6 years since he had a stroke. And what he tells us is that for the first time, he's got tears in his eyes. He sees through the vision of soul. We talk because we are in the space development. And he says the dark is not as dark as it was before. The black is not black anymore. It's grayish. And he says, feels blood in his eyes. We asked him to look through the vision of the system, the flight system. And we'll watch how he will do that. And would he be able to see with the vision of the soul? So we're going to the next step of the development, and we are watching a lot of things happen. We had some very interesting results on Friday. One of our more or less 7 people went through the flight. They went to the moon, they went to the other places. But what was important for us was to follow what happened on the moon. The first gentleman last time said he felt the sand of the moon and his system. This time, we have a passenger, a captain, who's been to the moon. He picks a rock. He can physically pick a rock. When he came out and he told us he can pick a rock up, we asked him to go back into the flight system, to the same system where he locked in and he could go to the moon. He says, you hear him. What brief of it is in German. Most of the things we need a German translator to come up to can translate this for us straight away. When we have the Italians, we need the Italian translator. Every language we have to understand. And what was explained to us is that we asked him to go back into the system. He didn't come to fly. He came to see how he feels with the system. But when we asked him to fly, he flew. But the interesting part is, I reported this to the NASA scientists because we have to sooner or later, in some certain ways, collaboration. We asked him to go back into the flight system to see if he can go back to the moon. He went to the system and instantaneously he went back to the place he was. He could see things. We asked him to collect the stones for us and put it on the side of the chair. We don't video inside, but we monitor. So he back in, they start picking the stones and we could see him dropping them off, but we can't see the stones. We realized where there is a what do you call it, need for a completion of a system in this part to convert. Then we gave him a glass to take with him. He took the glass with him. He can take the glass. He knows where the glass is. With him, he made two glasses, one wine in it and one whiskey in it. But we told him this time, forget about drinking, because when we gave them the glass, we told him, take a wine with you. We asked him to put the stones in the cup, and we watched him. When he went in, he picked up the stones and he put them in the cup. Now we have transferred this cup back into the material status system of Abiso, which is outside, to see if we can convert, because the system has no battery, but we see anything left from the residue of the energy working, we can convert the battery. Then we moved into the other system, and we said, can you now see if you can go back to the moon? Instantaneously, he can go to the moon. And he describes what he sees. You hear, I think it's got about 6 minutes of interview. And again, we saw him dropping the stones on the side. We now have a systematic, they know they take the glass with them. So it is what we thought possibilities. Now we can give people a hammer and a nail and whatever, and go to Apollo landing site or find the moon landers, see what they don't work, and see if we can get them to repair it. This was very important for us to see if they take it with them. Because in a dream, you cannot do. Somebody gives you, your mom gives you a cup of tea, give it to the auntie or grandma you're in a dream with. So now it shows this is a real situation. In the past, up to now, what we do is that we have the soul of the man and we engage it in the physicality of the man. Now what we've done is very clear. We have managed to work with two, bring the physicality in and engage it in the soul. But we talk, we communicate very simply with a physical side. Because when they come, it's like they clearly remember a lot of things. They tell you that they see the expansion of the soul by the third seat. So what we said for years now physically is proven. The systems, the work of the Keshe Foundation is 100% correct. We can allow the man to travel with the soul. You listen to them. One of them is 25 minutes. We put it at the back end. We have a very interesting condition. So we're going to call this pilot back into the room next couple of weeks once we sorted out this section of the work of the what we call conversion. Because we know they take the cup. We gave 2 cups and both cups were carried. So we have come to the point of what was the promise of Mitra, working of the soul and physicality together. You decide when to convert. We develop this more and more. and to make it more accessible for us to understand. The interesting part is when we get to take material and then bring material back, how we handle it. I'll let you watch the video of this gentleman who went to the moon. We have another gentleman who went to the moon, but he didn't want to land, he wanted to fly. We have what we call a pilot who was very explicit, but he didn't want to come on the camera. That he could hold, he could pick up the sand of the moon and play with it, flowing through his finger, like Earth. None of them. You hear the gentleman, the pilot, he tells you he converted to the time and position. Moon is a slightly cooler. He tells you when he comes talking to me, he sees his normal hand in the physical dimension. When he goes to the moon, he sees a hand with the hair on it. It's like what we call gorilla or whatever, because it's cold. He converts his thing. He hasn't seen the rest of it. We would like in the next step to carry a mirror and see people to tell us how they see themselves. If there is nobody with them, they see other souls. So we have broken into the taboo of understanding conversion. And we're going to take this further on. Listen to this gentleman. And I would like to have a translator before we start. If we have one, Rick, please, on the German side. Do we have any German speaking? Do we have any hands up?
Someone could put their hand up if they are a German-speaking translator. That would be good.
We need them, otherwise today will be a big problem. They're all pure Germans. We have two.
Okay, Katja and Iris.
Yeah, bring both of them up. If one misses one thing, the other one can translate for us. Promote both of them, please.
We have Imgard as well. So okay. We have
three.
Between three should make one.
We should make one. Let them three come in and let them translate. Can we have?
Okay, would anyone like to make any comments at this point? We're going to hear the first traveler express himself or part of what he'd like to share with us. Anyone want to make any comments?
Just a small comment. You know, at the beginning, as you come in the door, you have the three at the left-hand side and the three chairs on the right-hand side. And then he was talking about, okay, you go through the one, then two, then three, which is the soul. Then he said that he had moved, I think, one of the men from the one system and then to the other side. I'm just curious as to whether you have to continue going through 3, 2, 1, and then 1, 2, 3 and back, or once you've done it, then you can be shifted around. I just thought it was interesting that you can move around it inside.
Yeah, I guess he told them to sit in one of the chairs inside the unit.
Yeah, in the unit.
Not
yes.
so much these chairs.
No, I'm saying that after you sit in your chair, you go to, for example, if you're on the left-hand side, then you would go to the system on the left-hand side.
Not necessarily. I think there's just 3 sets of chairs so you can get more people in. As he said with the Italians, you know, we're going to have them stand or sit on the floor here until the rest come in. And so that means you could, 2 people could go through chair 1, 2, and 3, chair 1, 2, and 3, and you're just speeding up the process, I think, a little bit.
So it's actually that they're doing the same job and you only need to do it once.
But then you need a straightforward reversal when you come back out of the system.
Yes.
From 3
otherwise
to
you're
1.
in trouble.
And you know, I was a little disappointed when Mr. Keshe just said he was going to release these systems in January of 20, and then the thing broke out and we got delayed and the workers weren't in the factories. And of course, during that interim time, he's taken these systems from, he said if the original system was a 10, the new system was 1,000. And I think it's even past that at the, you know, way past that at this point. I don't even think we're ready right now to, if someone were to get one of these, they couldn't handle it. This is just too much advanced knowledge past our understanding of what to do. And they're still learning and calibrating and finding different things out about. So it's actually good that these systems weren't released, not because, you know, they got more advanced, obviously, but we're not ready to handle them at all, I don't think at this point, not at this point.
Yeah, it kind of looks like you'll have to have a whole big room in the center, and then it will have to be set up correctly for you. You know, you wouldn't be able to do that yourself.
You'd need a direct line back to Mr. Keshe, you know, to say, what do we do now? This is doing this, you know.
Push it left, push it right.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think man is ready for these advanced systems based on our level of understanding and knowledge at this time.
I think we need help. And also I felt I was in a wrong place because I feel a lot of emotions, and I was in the shopping center waiting and waiting for the person to come and pick me up. And I had to go through that standing in a wrong place. And I'm still experiencing something that, you know, he said you have to go back through so the emotions come down. And I'm still having problems.
Oops, Gail, did you leave on us? Okay.
Yeah, there it went.
No,
I'm saying, did you hear any of it?
Yes, you said you were standing there and you still had to go through
Waiting.
certain,
Yes.
and
the emotions, and he said that you have to go back like through the 3 to the 2 to the 1, and I wasn't in a position to follow what they were doing, so it actually caused a problem. But I think,
yes,
you know,
standing up for older people. I remember there was a senior event and I had taken my father there, and there was like 200 people in the cars in the parking lot. So all the people started lining up at the door because of course they wanted it 20 minutes before the doors of the facility opened. But yeah, it's very hard for older people to stand there. There were no chairs, they were just standing. So
I don't have a problem with standing. I had a problem in that I couldn't follow what was going on and sort of go down, you know, like when I was here in my place and I had the same thing happen, I was able to follow it and I was fine. But I was in the wrong place. So you have to be careful that you, if you're going to watch something like this live, stay home, you know, so you can follow it closely.
Oh, I see. You were out and you were watching this.
Yes, it was a
see. And
mistake.
trying to link into it. Very good. I think many people have tried that as well.
Well,
Besides-
I cried. I do cry. It's so incredible, the feelings that come to you.
Yeah.
But I didn't go properly down again, so still a problem. But this is helping. Thanks.
Oh, sure. And Hassan said in the chat, I am ashamed to be in the body of the man because it is nothing but abuse. Hopefully we are bringing back the balance. Yes, Mr. Keshe said these creations, the physicality, the soul of physicality and the soul itself are eternally inseparable in so many ways. I remember him saying that in the past. So, and we can't discard that physicality either and litter with it. So you're going to have to take care of it and take it with you. He used
Take
that
care
example.
and take it with you.
Yeah, take care of it and take it with you and be responsible for it, and not just leave it like litter in the park after you've had your picnic in a certain place.
I hope the Italians are going to do.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
What do you call that? They're going to show how the Italians do things, right? Yes.
Yes, with the guitar, with the wine, with the pasta, pizza, and so on. They want to have a party on the moon. So he wants to put them in the center of this, and I guess everyone will go there. So far, I think we've done much better than NASA has.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't.
it seems like they come back right away. They go there right away. And again, we can hear from this first gentleman what his and share his experience in a way. Again, this is just opening the door for us. We're all doing it in the dream, but as he said, in the dream, you can't take back the bottle of wine or the teacup or something one person gives you to give to another person. So, but
Because-
here it's actually happening, even though they didn't see the stones, he said, it was the energy apparently, and then they took these glasses to an outside machine to see if they could convert them back into the matter state again.
So
It's-
they're saying that they have to get that part of the machine which does the conversion. He think he said it was missing, or they need to put it in or something.
they're still experimenting and testing.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's actually great that he did not release these systems. I think it would have been just too many difficult situations that no one was prepared for. But
Yeah.
after it gets developed and after you know what you're doing, I think it will be, as he said, footloose and fancy free.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I'm so glad this has started.
It's amazing. Yes, it's just,
Yeah.
again,
thank God.
beyond the realization, the comprehension of what he's actually given to man.
Yeah.
Mhm. Let's hear from the first gentleman, and then we'll cover the Dome of Peace for a few minutes, and we will go to Alex's teaching. Anyone else want to make any comments about any part of this you've seen or what you think about it, and so on and so forth? Okay.
Mm.
And again, it's all of our responsibilities to find a way to Linz.
Yeah.
One way, mobile way, or the conventional way. And maybe in the future, but he wants to do this, as one of the knowledge seekers said, he does have a sense of urgency, where he said we need to develop this quickly, otherwise we'll put the governments in sort of a compromising position in a way. And I don't know exactly what he meant by all of that, but that was in one of the, I think it could have been the last knowledge seekers workshop near the end. But
What
again,
was it that they said?
he wanted to get this developed fast, otherwise the governments, there was
Yeah.
something about the governments getting into a position that we need to have something ready
Yes.
for them,
Mhm.
for their populations and so on. So yes, you're all being a part of this and building this encyclopedia in a way.
Wow. Thanks.
Thank the Keshe Foundation and all the
Yes.
knowledge seekers and Mr. Keshe as well. But that was his mission, to come here and to do this. And now it's time for man. He said the time is right, the time is now, in that bumper that we listened to, for man to go through this process. And I think this is part of the process.
I think so.
So let's take another 5 or 10 minutes here with this first gentleman that we see. And this again is the second testimonial of the simulation, of the testimonials regarding this flight simulation system. Another one will appear, I believe, on Tuesday.
The management of the Keshe Foundation, if we can play the press video, please. This is the Keshe Foundation Center, Space Center in
I'm going
Linz.
to mute your mic, Gail.
You can see different angle. We're trying to get it much better. So let's listen to it.
Mein Name ist Paul Funk und ich möchte kurz über
My
meine
name
Erlebnisse in dieser Einheit erzählen.
and I
Es
want
war
to
eine
talk
sehr
about my
interessante
experience.
geistige Reise für mich,
It was a very interesting spiritual
die
journey for
vom
me.
ersten Stuhl an, von ersten Position, die ich eingenommen habe, immer
From
besser
the
wurde.
first position,
Und
it went
ich werde mal kurz sagen, die Eindrücke von dem ersten
better step
Stuhl.
by step.
Da hatte ich
Could
keine
you please wait till he speaks
besonderen
and then at the
Empfindungen.
end, if you can translate?
Es
You
war
can
Okay.
stop it every few seconds we stop, that you can translate and then we start again. That'll be the best way. Okay,
Okay.
can you please? Can you go ahead?
eigentlich mehr ein Druck so auf den Kopf, wo ich den Eindruck hatte, dass ich mich nicht richtig konzentrieren kann und eine geistige Reise war eher schwer.
There was a pressure on my head, and the spiritual or mental so-called journey or experience first was not possible or able. He was not able to had any spiritual insights first on the first seat.
Auf dem zweiten Stuhl war es angenehm und angenehmer und da konnte ich mir geistig vorstellen, gewisse Ziele zu erreichen, so wie Bilder. Ich konnte mir die ranzoomen, näher kommen, doch all
On the second seat, it was much better. He could imagine or visualize pictures and zoom pictures in his consciousness or awareness there.
meine Ziele, wo ich hin wollte, zum Beispiel am Mond, die lagen alle in einer Blase. Und diese Blase konnte ich irgendwie nicht, in die konnte ich nicht reinkommen, nicht durchdringen. Am dritten Stuhl
But first, it was like he couldn't reach the goals. He couldn't touch those pictures. He wanted to go to the moon, but the pictures were first like in a bubble. He couldn't enter.
ging das geistige Reisen etwas leichter. Da öffnete sich immer ein Kanal und ich konnte in diese Räume reinkommen. Die Blase war verschwunden.
And then suddenly the bubble disappeared or vanished, and there were rooms he could enter. Rooms opened up, and channels
Doch
too.
ich schwebte geistig in diesen Räumen. Ich konnte den Boden nicht erreichen. Ich hatte mir vorgestellt, zum Beispiel auf den Mond zu kommen, dann konnte ich den Boden aber nicht erreichen, nicht fühlen. Ich schwebte irgendwie auf der Mondoberfläche.
Okay, he was not walking, but flying. And after he could enter those rooms, had no feet, but he was kind of flying, and he was on the moon then. No gravity at
Dann
all, so
kam
to
ich
say.
in die Einheit und da ging das wieder etwas besser oder viel besser, viel leichter, das geistige Reisen. Ich konnte die gleichen Ziele wieder erreichen, die ich mir vorgestellt hatte. Ich kam auf den Mond. Ich konnte den Boden fühlen. Ich konnte den Sand sehen, die Steine sehen. Ich konnte sogar einen Stein in die Hand nehmen und ich konnte den Stein fühlen. Ich konnte mir den Himmel ansehen, die Gegend ansehen und konnte sogar die Erde von dem Mond ansehen.
Okay, and then it was much better, and he even landed on the moon. He could walk there, he could stand there with his feet, touch or put sand in his hand and a stone, and could watch the sky, the universe, and Earth, the planet Earth.
Die Gestalt, die ich hatte, ich habe immer jedes Mal meine Hände betrachtet, die waren aber nicht meine menschlichen Hände und auch die Füße, die waren behaart. Es kam aber einen zweiten Zustand in dieser Einheit, wo
Okay, like Mr. Keshe told before, he watched his or he looked at his hand and feet there on the moon, and they were full of hair. In German, we say behaart, really like a hand or feet of a monkey.
man irgendetwas geändert hatte, weil ich nicht weiß genau, was das war, wo Geräusche wahrgenommen habe. Und in dem Moment konnte ich zum Mond reisen, da konnte ich wieder meine Hände sehen, die gleiche Empfindung, aber ich war jetzt nicht mehr in einem anderen Körper, sondern es war mein eigener menschlicher Körper. Ich konnte die Hände, meine Füße, ich war barfuß, konnte ich wahrnehmen und sonst war alles gleich.
Okay, he could switch his appearance, and suddenly he switched from being a so-called appearing like a monkey, then he switched to appearing as a human again. He looked at his hands and his feet and was himself again, his human body again. On the moon, still on the moon.
Ich konnte mir noch vorstellen, in andere Räume zu schweben und zum Beispiel in die Meerestiefe und auch im Innern der Erde. Da konnte ich relativ gut den Boden fühlen. Es war sehr steinig und ich konnte das Plätschern von Wasser hören und sehen. Ich konnte eine Art Sonne sehen, die aber ganz anders war als unsere Sonne, sondern eher wie ein silbernes Licht und nicht so strahlend.
Okay, I don't know if he is back on planet Earth again or still in moon, but now he has a deep connection to water, to ocean, and he talks about the inner Earth, that he touches inner Earth, and he could see a light similar to the sun, but it had more. It was more of the color silver, not golden, not the sun we can see on Earth in our daily life.
Es war eine besondere Erfahrung und nach dieser Einheit bin ich wieder zurück auf den Stuhl Nummer 3, 2 und 1 und da hat sich meine Erfahrung, wie schon vorher gesagt, wieder bestätigt, dass ich dann immer schwerer geistig reisen konnte, vom Stuhl 3 zu 2 und zu 1.
Okay, then he went back or came back to seat 3, 2, 1, and with every seat, it was harder for him to make a spiritual journey or experience, spiritual realms and the moon. He came back with every seat. He came more back in this so-called dimension or reality.
Das war halt meine Erfahrung.
That was his experience.
Thank you very much. Now you, with this latter part, understand that when we spoke about chair 1, 2, and 3, we prepare you for a flight, and then we decommission you, as you call it, back to physicality. We come.
Okay, anyone would like to make any comments? Most of the NASA astronauts are in very good shape. They practice for months, years, doing one maneuver. They're wearing a spacesuit. With this system, you don't need the spacesuit. You don't need to practice. You don't need to be exercising every day to have your physicality in tip-top shape and have all these tests performed on you that you're physically able to do this. It looks like just about anyone, whether you're heavy, whether you're thin, whether you're short or tall, it all works in so many ways the same way. So this is very beautiful. Hopefully some of the astronauts will be trying this system and compare it to the matter state system that they've been trained for years on. And I don't think they'll go back to that matter state system. And with all the propulsion and the gases and the shaking and the stages dropping off from the rockets and so on, none of that takes place here. And again, we've all had this ability within us, and now by putting us into a certain strength field, things happen. And then, of course, we have to come back into the physicality when that journey is over. Otherwise, he said, I think we'd float out somewhere in space and maybe be lost. I think he indicated that. Raquel, would you like to share anything? So far, I have traveled, she says, between dimensions using the universal soul. Let's see when it is time to travel physically and bring with you a friend, a brother, your father or your mother from that trip, or bring with you a bouquet of roses for your wife from a market in another country. Anything you'd like to add, Raquel?
No, that's what I felt because I think this simulation, I'm not saying that it's not okay, this is amazing, but it's between, how do you call it? Dimension? That's why each one of the travelers have too many different experiences. The only thing that is equal in everyone is the feeling, the emotion, the love. And I think these trips are between dimensions, and this is amazing. So it's still amazing. And Mr. Keshe have the knowledge for bringing all this to the real, to this 3D dimension, to this reality, all we live here in Earth. That's what I think. And he is try to configure the system or go step beyond. That's what I think. In my mind, there are no room for another thought. but as I say, it's still great. It's a big step from all of us as humanity. And that is, thank you. I had to think too much
Thank you.
for
Yes,
speak
thank
English.
you. As I've always repeated, God said, I made the man in the image of myself, and now we're going to be, I've never really understood it fully. And now we're approximating it a little bit closer, and we're moving the way the Creator moves around the universe. He's not in a spaceship. He's not eating at Burger King or any of those pizza places or anything like that. So this is what we're understanding, the beauty and the grace of our own creation. And each one is a captain of their own ship. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I know John has wanted to go to the center of the earth. It sounded like this fella. He said the sun wasn't yellow or whatever. It was more of a silver. But again, am I to tell John you can't go there? You're the captain of your own ship. You determine where you want to go and how you want to, or where you want to be. It's just an amazing thing. Anyone else want to add anything? Again, it's quite profound. And he did say it would be beyond what we see in the science fiction movies. And so beyond our comprehension in a way. So I'm actually now very happy that the systems weren't released yet, because I don't think enough people have the knowledge to actually operate these at this point in time. They're just too advanced. And he was talking about bringing 1,000 of these systems into the Linz Exposition Center. But we'll see. He said, give me $50 billion and we'll have one everywhere or in many places. So NASA, Chinese space program, Russian space program. If you want to join the advanced systems, I think you've got to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak, and fund this project. Help to fund it. And again, Mr. Keshe says we don't need any banks, we don't need any governments, we don't need any of that. But he did say, you know, give me 50 billion. He even priced the unit at 100 million now to one of the questions that was asked. And he said, we just did that because we kind of want to be left alone and to develop these systems and almost put it out of the reach of almost anyone on the planet for the most part. Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace, which again is an integral part of this whole process. I know he said it would connect wellness centers together, but it might help to connect these systems together. We know the GANs waters know where to go and what to do and to bring balance. And that's what, and to create a peaceful condition on this planet. So this is something we can do again with the physicality. So let's hear mission 1 on spreading the GANs waters, which it's been, a lot of it has been spread in China. They've probably been doing it for 10 years already. But in other parts of the planet, we haven't been, but we can, all of us continue to do this. And of course, these are the times and so on. But let's hear from, as Mr. Keshe says, I don't know this guy. Let's see here.
You think?
I'll have to find that video. I'm not sure where it is. I think she put it in some websites, so I'll have to find it.
Oh, no
Do you have a
problem.
link?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I will look. I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, would anyone like to share any stories about spraying the Gans waters? Normally I do it at the 12 p.m. CET or CEST time, which is 6 a.m. for me. Today I didn't get up at that time, but I did it at the 18 p.m. time. Actually, I went around just from the automobile, of course, and I did parts of 2 churches, and I did 1 prison, all the way around the prison. And then I thought when I was driving back, actually, I did 3 prisons today in so many ways. I think you know what I'm referring to. Now, Mr. Keshe said this was for our physicality to do something for our physicality, but it's a great movement of the soul of the man. And he said we can take it to the next level. As we're seeing with flight and travel and so on, we can use our souls. So let's hear beautiful Shweta read this for us. Thank you, Shweta, and thanks the Universal Council. And we can start to use our radiate the fields out from our soul. And all these things, I think the flight system and finding the soul and being able to work with the soul of physicality and the soul of the man together, this is all connected in so many ways. I don't understand clearly how it is, but again, we're following what's been asked. And of course, it's for the elevation of the planet, the soul of the planet, and all its inhabitants.
Of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta. And so, as he said, we can start to use our soul now. Just we're learning how to travel. We're also learning how to use our soul in the problems that we see on this planet. And once we understand this, we will see problems maybe in the matter state, and we will provide the solutions through our soul. So if we just go back here a bit, here we are. We'll just stop it right there. Make sure it doesn't. Okay, so let's take our 5 minutes of silence. We've all joined together here. We've initially opened with the World Peace Treaty. We want to take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, as well as the soul, I would say, of this planet itself. So why don't we take 5 minutes? Unless someone would like to share anything before we take that 5 minutes, please feel free to. Okay, let's take the 5 minutes of silence and radiate out the fields from our inner being, from our soul, to accomplish what we'd like to see done in the matter state. Well, thank you very much for giving from your souls. As was spoken, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the awareness of the soul of the collective by giving will create a position of change. No other thing. So thank you all for participating in this. And as he said, don't do it just once a day or once a week. Remind your soul to do it all the time. We can do it all the time. So thank you for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. And as he said initially, with elevating the people in the peace negotiators in Vienna. Oh, just a second. That this is a test for us to practice using our souls. And the best part I thought about was that he said, no one fails this test. So you've all been successful, and I congratulate you on giving from your souls, which is the real true giving, as I understand it. It's not anything that's taken from somewhere else that you're giving, but you're giving the fields from, you're radiating out these fields. So thank you all. Before we go to Alex, I just wanted to, unless someone else has something, I know Raquel has put something else here. I make peace of the planet together with all my human brothers of the vertical and horizontal world on the planet. I decree today world peace, the end of wars, and end conflicts and misunderstandings. Decree here and now harmony between all species. We are present there with you, Raquel. Before we go to Alex, or if anyone wants to make a comment or add to the knowledge. I wanted to ask if anyone is here for the first time, if you'd like to share with us your name and where you're from and anything else you'd like to share, please feel free to open your mic and let us know who you are and how you found this meeting. Okay, so if no one has any comments at this point, we will go to listen to Alex bring his understanding and his sharing of the knowledge. So I can play the disclaimer, Alex, if you would like, and then you can take over the screen.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, let's start with the disclaimer. I guess we can't have too many disclaimers in this day and age. All right, let's just bring the volume down a bit.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
As we can see, the school is there and the students are devotedly there. And it also looks like the teachers are there and they're also devotedly here. So thank you very much, Alex, from Canada, for your consistency in delivering and sharing the knowledge, as well as all the other teachers. And again, Mr. Keshe has often said, we are all students and we are all teachers. So feel free to share the knowledge as you understand it. And don't think you'll be making a mistake. No one has the full understanding except perhaps the creator and so on. So we welcome you and give you a loud round of applause with our souls, Alex, for being present here and putting together another beautiful teaching session or sharing.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, Mark. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. And I want to welcome all the participants here on the panel. I'm just trying to park my spaceship here. As we're coming to a very important time in our lives. It's a great time to be alive. And I think we all need to mark this on our calendar because we're going to be asked 40, 50 years down the road, is, where were you? What were you doing? What was so important? Did you realize how important it was? Does it matter where the science meets the soul of man for peace? Why has it taken so many thousands of years to do that? And so slowly we are seeing that the knowledge is gathering and accumulating and advancing. And as all these medallions on the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute TV, we see that the family is growing. So it's almost 50% more than last year at this time. It's one of the few things that is growing faster than inflation in North America. So I think we've increased our size by about 50%. And what we're trying to do is to deliver this plasma science. And so this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're at the advanced insight level. Today's subject is refugium. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is June the 12th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So these teachings are for new students and for mature students. It is from this group that we're hoping to have new teachers. We need many, many teachers. And so whether you're here just to learn or whether you're looking forward to teaching others, the opportunity is there and you're the boss. So what we're trying to do is to navigate through these minefields of learning. And we tried to organize something, and it's interesting how it's come together. It's almost like a deck of cards. We have 4 suits. We started with teaching, we went into understanding, knowing, and now we're at the insight level. And each of these levels was broken down into basic, intermediate, or advanced levels. And this is just to kind of set up milestones so that we can see our position and understand kind of where we are in our travels. But frankly, despite the name being an Advanced Insight series, all of these classes here that I've made a presentation on are really just basic teaching. And today's topic is refugium, and it happens to be the last of this series, last of the advanced series, and last of the insight series. And so let's see what we've discovered as we went through no man's land with the laminar flow, representing the spectrum of our feedbacks and manifestation points. because we've all been feeling a lot of pressure. And the thing about this pressure is when we play our games, it's all fine and dandy if, we're just being entertained. But when it becomes an existential matter of life and death, then the pressure mounts. And for some people, that's the ultimate game. And it should be the ultimate game. And who plays this game? And most of us have probably always deferred this, because we've come to the point where as we build up these pressure fields, we don't just remove the chairs and remove the players. We add more chairs and we add more players, and we graduate to the core. And at that core, we find that we are followed by many, 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 many more behind us. And so as a result, there's no way out. So you could say like a pimple or like a volcano. That could be the exit point, because when two forces come together, it many times and too many times is a flash. And a flash can represent many things, but it can be a glow, or it could just be a glitter. And so we find that when we're doing our ceramic cups of pressure, these are to relieve the pressure. And there is no flash, no glow, and no glitter, but there is a tremendous effectiveness. So we see that the effectiveness has nothing to do with all that glitters. There is a difference. And so we have to make our choices, and we haven't known that we could make choices. Most of us have searched for gold, and in the process have become one form of gold digger or another. And it's part of our existential crisis. And now we have a new existential crisis insofar as we have new opportunities. And so we're traveling through uncharted skies, as I've been saying. And the reason for that is because we are explorers. And as explorers, and when we look at our history and look at the history of other explorers, and we try and figure out where did they get the courage and the direction to be explorers, and how many have perished in the process of being explorers. But we don't recount that in our history. We recount the success stories. And you say, well, how did they know to be explorers? And so maybe they weren't leaders. Maybe they were just followers. And so we never did see the leaders. But as we go into these uncharted skies, we're finding something different. We're finding that the criteria of the leader needs to be moral. And do we have to say this? Do we have to say that the leader has to be sober? Do we really have to say this? Shouldn't that be just a given, an automatic? And so as we wish to become teachers, we first have to become students. And so as students, and we look at our leaders, and we have a choice now. We can follow the moral and sober leader. And the question of hearing and believing and seeing and believing, we have to sort this out. And can we get elevated? One moment, please. We now have a chance to make choices. And usually when they ask us, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? you have a limited number of choices, especially when you're 6 or 7 years old and an adult comes in this smarty pants fashion. So, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? Well, what are my choices? And, all of you need to examine your present position and compare that to your choices when you were children. And it's shocking, isn't it? Whatever you said when you were 7 or 8 years old, I'm sure you're nowhere near in that position. And it's been a rough road, and the road ahead is even rougher. And because we now need to make a clear choice to our default positioning. And this default positioning is in today's subject. It's in a refugium. And so we need to tune in to the energies of the universe and turn on to all of these forces. And we have to drop out of our resistance of our physicality and travel through these uncharted skies and gain this understanding of where are we going. And one of the things that has been very difficult for most of us is to understand this concept of symbiosis, which is really a symbiotic relationship where the participants in a relationship benefit from that relationship. And so there becomes an interdependence. And so this is the key point in what science has recognized as the participant-observer conundrum. How can you be a participant and be an observer at the same time? Well, as a participant, you're observing what you're doing, and as an observer, you're watching what other people are doing. And in both cases, it's a learning experience. And so to better understand this symbiotic relationship, I'm sure we can all understand as sports fans, our relationship with the players on our sports teams. And we tend to idolize them. And this happens the same in the music business and the show business. We are part of the audience. And some of us are actually the players on stage. So there's this symbiotic relationship, but there are other relationships that work the same way, but are maybe not as friendly. So in other words, there can be a host and then there can be a parasite. There's a relationship there. And I'll talk about that more. And so we all understand, if we're heads of the household, maybe we are the prime earner and the rest of the household is our dependents. But there are other dependents, which we call the welfare cases. And then, of course, there's the military-industrial complex, and they have a symbiotic relationship with their enemies. Yes, those enemies that they're trying to make the weapons to kill with, but they need the enemies to justify the weapons to kill with. That's a symbiotic relationship. And then, of course, we're all experiencing today's class. And so I'm sure we all identify as students, me included. So we have to figure out exactly who the teachers are. But in order to understand a special kind of symbiotic relationship, nature has a plant that's called lichen. And so lichen are a symbiotic collection of fungi and cyanobacteria or algae. So the fungi provide a shelter habitat for the algae. But in turn, they provide a food for the fungi. And so they say that lichen are an important early stage primary succession organism or a sequencing pattern. So the sequencing pattern is similar to, the algae feeding the fungi. Isn't that interesting? How does the algae approach that? Or how does the algae view that? If the algae had the same kind of reaction that you and I would have, like how would you act when you have a parasite on your skin, let's say, eating away at your skin and digging into your skin? How would you react? Well, I think we all understand that concept. And then, of course, the fungi is very glad for that opportunity. But the fact of the matter is, once the fungi is satisfied with the need for the nourishment, it allows the algae to continue to live. So there's a limit to the consumption, isn't it? And the limit of that consumption is the benefit to the algae. And so the algae can continue to grow to supplement the fungi. And so we say, well, life wants to live. So despite the fact that the algae has this fungi, it does continue to live and does continue to provide, and it does continue to get consumed. So this is a symbiotic relationship between a host and a parasite. I'm sure many of you are experiencing this in your daily life. So the point is that the welfare of one is affecting the welfare of the other. And so in the process of consumption, there is a danger for one to lose. And there's obviously a relationship where one gains. So unlike a poker game where the winner wipes out the competition, or a war where the winner of the war kills all the soldiers from the other side, in a symbiotic relationship, there are limits. And so this is the balance between functionality and survival. The survival of the fungi depends on the functionality of the algae. And the functionality of the algae is at the whim and wish of the fungi, and it knows with certainty that it will not be annihilated. And so if there is no danger of being annihilated, so this becomes a positioning of safety. And of course, it's a position of safety for the fungi because it has its food source. And so can we say that this is a Magrav balancing? Well, a Magrav balancing is a balance. And so there is kind of a balance in this symbiotic relationship, but is it a true Magrav? And so when we look at the beginning matter and we try and ask our favorite question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? And so what we realize is that we have a problem, a battle on our hands between functionality and survival. And the determination of the functionality and the survival battle is the safety manifestation point. And so last week we talked about the manifestation point of physicality, and we looked at the concrete poles, and we've seen that the outer limit of the concrete poles is the concrete, and inside the concrete is a hole. And we said, well, this is how the organics work. The inorganics, rather. This is how the inorganics work. Okay. What we don't see is the form, because the form has been removed. But when we look at the organic structure of the bamboo poles, we see the same structure, the physicality of the bamboo pole and the hollowness of the core. Now, who took away the form? Where's this form? And so if we look at the egg, we see a funny thing. There are three parts to the egg. There's the eggshell, which is the form, and then there's an egg white and there's an egg yolk. So when we say which came first, it's none of these, because all of these are a refugium, manifestation point of feedback. So what came first was the principal matter. And that's why it's called the principal matter, because it comes from the PM ticks, which is a magnetical feeding of the universe. And it comes in packets, energy parceling units. And they are divergent because they travel all over the universe. And when the force fields come together, they dilute into a maggrav condition. And so the magnetical feeding comes to a gravitational point, and within that point, we have the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. So all of this is part of the plasmagen conversion. And then we want to see, how do we get to the physicality point, because we're still not there yet. And that has to do with the inertia of the environment. So it's the environment which gives the feedback to the plasmagen. And it's the PM ticks which gives the feeding to the plasmagen. So the plasmagen conversion is the feeding feedback convergence. And so we ourselves are having this trouble understanding this, because we've limited our soul's understanding. And so we understand that there's a tugging at our soul, but we're so anchored to the earth. And so there's a pushing and a pulling. And as we look at our history, and we have an emotional attachment to our history, and it does affect our future. So there's a tugging from our emotional past, and there's a tugging from our emotional future. So we're stuck in between, but we're all independent and we're all variable. And so this is the emotion of presence. And so we see that there's some kind of soul feeding and soul feedback going on. And so to make this picture a little bit more simple, we see that there's a feeding from the sun, and there's a feedback from the earth. And then there's a physicality link. So this physicality link is our soul. But is the soul the feeder or the feedback? And so we had to identify if it's an emotion and it's non-tangible. So this is the way the sun works. The feeding from the sun comes from the soul of the sun. And the feeding link is the sun soul. And so that link between the soul of the sun and us is the sun manifestation point. So that takes care of the feeding principle. So when we look at the earth, it plays the same game. So there is a soul of the earth. And the feedback from the earth is the earth soul. But we see that the earth is in physicality, so that becomes the earth's manifestation point. And so the amalgamation of those three is the feedback principle. And so the sun is feeding and the earth is feeding back. But we're not talking about those two, we're talking about our physicality. So our physicality link is the manifestation point between the sun feeding and the earth feeding. And so this is how two forces come together. And so we see that we can enhance ourselves, obviously. We were born and then we grew into adults. So that's self-enhancement. And that is done through the universal harvesting of energy. But on this planet, we've accumulated a lot of boo-boos. And so that becomes a self-consumption. Of the worst kind is the loosh harvesting, which robs us directly of our life source energy. And so we see our three dimensions, and are we the observers or are we the participants? And are we seeing what we're seeing? Because seeing is believing, isn't it? So we have this internal point of conflict, and we have to understand that when these points of conflict come in, there's more than just war. So in our technology, we see conflicts of interest between inventors, investors, and in fact, shareholders. And you see, we are invested in the well-being of this planet. So we become shareholders of this planet. And it's time that we had a shareholders meeting with all the shareholders, because food security has become an issue of increased proportions. And we are still discussing borders. And problems with food security and with borders is really causing a lot of friction for us. And so is this the glitter that we're looking at? Is this the feeding? Or is this the feedback? Or are we depending on this feedback as our feeding system? And so that becomes our manifestation point. Well, not really, because the most important point in the manifestation point is actually the safety point. So what we're seeing, in fact, of the reality is actually just a reflection. It's a reflection of what we don't want. And what we do want, well, that's hard to see. So, we keep talking about this green planet, but, all the vertical people are green. So we're not green either. So what color are we? Well, in reality, we are a byproduct of the feeding system. And so two of the most important feeding systems we have been able to manifest in physicality, zinc GANs and CO2 GANs, and both of them are kind of white. And when we understand the color of white, white is the combination of all colors. So therefore, black is the combination of no colors. And so what does that mean when we see a hole in our GANs and we say, well, the GANs has vanished, so it's neither white nor black, it's transparent. Well, how did this happen? And so the hole in the GANs is a feedback. And the feedback is actually a feeding byproduct. So everything that we have around us is a byproduct of the feeding system, isn't it? And so we spend all our lives trying to see, this business of what is me and what is not me. And in order to determine that, we have to create boundaries. And when we create boundaries, then we can say, well, this is me. So the boundaries give you the feedback to allow you to make the decision that this is me. And the boundaries are another feedback that allow you to say, well, this is not me. Well, if this is me and this is not me, then how can I be both of this? So something somewhere in between is just not there. It's not visible to us. And so what this is the conundrum that we've always had and we need to answer is how the universe was created. And so we have found through the first book, number one, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, that the universe exists from energy. And energy is always in motion. So it is because of this motion that energy has a charge. But that energy is working in combination with other energies. All things work in combination. And so this is the rule that we have to understand and take that rule and compare it to the way we do things on a normal basis. So in a statement, our world is actually a twinity. And so we see the manifestation of this twinity in our physics knowledge, where we see the electron-proton marriage of what we call an atom, and the manifestation and the Magravity positioning of these is based on the speed of rotation of the plasma. And so one is of the electron, and that is dictated by the magnetic fields which are transferred from the proton. So the proton, being the larger, transfers energy to the electron, being the smaller. So this is a fundamental principle. So how does that jive with this notion of survivability? And so we've always found that we've had to fudge things. And so when we looked at the new atomic math, we found that we had to take other things into consideration. We identified a neutron, and we identified a proton and an electron, and we identified the mass, but it didn't add up because we were missing the mass of the PM6 plus the total mass of the matter jet, which includes the antimatter, the dark matter, as we said, the principal matter and the transition matter, respectively. So this totality then is achieved through this energy level balance of all of this new atomic math, plus its position in the whole scheme of things. So when we are working with our basic math, and so frequently we work in only 2 dimensions, and we have areas of interest and the perimeters of these areas. But in order to understand the ratios, we have this thing called pi, which is 3 and a bit. And we can go to a 3rd dimension, which then takes the circle into a sphere. But pi is still involved. And so there's always this little bit. We don't know how much this little bit is, but as we observe this, then we realize that we're not the participants. When we're in the participating dimension, we're part of the 3 dimensions. But when we're observers, well, we can't be part of those 3. We're in the 4th dimension. And so what we see, which doesn't add up, then we fudge things. So in our 4th dimension, we are actually observer fudgers, aren't we? So when we look at the basic 2 dimensions, we see the rotation and the polarity, and we call that the transmission along the x-axis and the transition along the y-axis. But there's a crossover point. And so at that crossover point, it's really hard to pinpoint that, but the relationship of these 2 dimensions doesn't completely add up. So we always have to have this little pi that becomes our shareholders pie, isn't it? That's what we hang on to in this universe, that little bit, that little tiny bit. But that little tiny bit is the emotion from the co-creation. And it allows us to continue our target practice as we navigate through the geometries of the various soul dimensions. And so these soul dimensions, we like to apply numbers to them. And so we say, well, okay, well, let's look at the Earth's ranges and their dimensions. And so we found last week that when we look at the transition ranges of the Earth, that in the core we have the magma, and then we have the crust on the surface, and then we have an atmosphere. And what determines the sequencing of these basic ranges, or these basic dimensions, is that they're based on density. And so we find that there's 3 of them. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, and we see, well, the basic building blocks of life are the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. And the environment that we operate, which we call a salt environment, and here we see sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium. And then we see the basic environment is the copper and the zinc, which is the physicality and the emotionality. And then the connection, or the anchorage, if you will, the iron. And so where does the silicone come in? And so we've identified the silicone as different from the carbon. We say the carbon is organic and the silicone is inorganic. Oh, okay. So we say that when we went through the rotating field and we created rotating poles, whether they were concrete or bamboo, we found that there was a crust on the outside. And so we find that the magma is below the crust and the atmosphere is above the crust. But, you know, when we ask ourselves which came first, the egg or the chicken, we find that the egg shell is on the outside. So we find that the resources are below the crust. A moment, please. So the resources of the egg are below the crust. But our crust is between the magma and the magnetosphere. And so below this crust, we find it's well organized. It's not scrambled. The fields are rotating, but you know, in the Chile we have copper, and in the East we have gold. These are kind of solid. They don't really move around easily. But we have oil. It moves around easily, and it's very abundant in the Middle East and other places. But it's well organized. And so once we have this mineral, whatever it is, or we have this element, whatever it is, it has a soul. And so when we look at the earth as a whole, it too has a soul. In fact, it has a soul in the whole. And so the earth is a maggrav. And so energy comes in through absorption and attraction. We call this gravitational attraction. But in order to maintain that maggrav condition, it has to emit out, and it has to emit more out through repulsion. So we call that magnetical repulsion. But we find that in our inner core, below our crust, as we have the magnetosphere, is the magma, and above the crust we have the magnetosphere. And so the actual earth, which is a maggrav conversion, is based on the feeding to the earth. And so the susceptibility of whatever the Earth is composed of is based on its plasma positioning. And so whether or not it's organic or inorganic is the determination. So for general purposes, we see that the organic is above the crust and the inorganic is below the crust. You know, how's that for simplicity of maggraph feeding conversion? So at some point, there is this transmutation. And so this transmutation is at the convergence point of the transmission and the transition, isn't it? That's the point of our existence. And this is the only thing that we see is this balance of our existence. But what we don't see is this crossover point. What we see is the manifestation point. So the crossover point is the balance of the maggrav point. So therefore the maggrav point is the vanishing point and is transparent. And how do we confirm that? Well, the only way that we can confirm that is we have a physical reality. But now we have to understand that there's a plasmatic reality, which has been impinged by our soul limitations. So if we take the soul limitations off, then we don't have a plasmatic limitation. We indeed have this plasmatic reality. And this plasmatic reality and this physical reality has a symbiotic relationship. And so the magma of the earth and the atmosphere of the earth has a feedback symbiotic relationship as well, don't you see? So we find that we have to make a differentiation here. There is a plasmatic air and there's a physical atmosphere. So the plasmatic air comes from the amino acid feeding. So then we have to come to the realization that there's a plasmatic amino acid and a physical amino acid. So now we come to the realization that the feeding system is the plasmatic nitrogen, the plasmatic hydrogen, the plasmatic oxygen, and the plasmatic carbogen. This creates the plasmatic amino acid. That's part of our feeding system. So the rest of what we have here is our environmental feedback. And our environmental feedback has produced in the atmosphere the nitrogen, our hydrogen, carbogen, and the oxygen. Not the same. But we've seen that in our GANs production. And so we see that the GANs came from somewhere. We don't know where it came from. It came from the plasmatic air. Well, the DNA has done the same thing. So there's a DNA combination relationship between the RNA and the DNA. And both of them work in a rotating fashion, but perpendicular to each other. And so when we talk about these two relationships, we have this transmission of energy on each level. And then we have this transition of energy by transcending these various levels. And we've been looking at our existence here from the Earth's point of view. What the breakthrough has been our ability to look at this world from our point of view. Because our point of view is what really matters here. So our point of view is gravitational. So this nebulous trying to understand where our position is, the position is within us. The dynamic plasma state is within us. And our dynamic plasma state is interactive with other plasma states, of which includes the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth, but not only. So when we get down to really basics, and as I said at the beginning, all of this is basics. We're seeing the GAN state as a product of the nano state, as a product of the basic small m matter state, which is the physical state. And so we understand that the lower the energy, the more magnetical it is. So that is being released from the gravitational state. Well, if it's being released, where is it going? And so we find that we have come to this planet because we are looking for this environmental feeding, and we had a preference. Did you know that we also had a sentimentality? And what was the determination of this preference and sentimentality? Why didn't we go to Mars? And why did we come to Earth? And the answer is safety. The Earth is a safe place to come to. Well, if we came to this Earth and we believed that it was a safe place to come to, how come it's so dangerous? So in order to protect ourselves, we build up barriers and fences. And we say, okay, well, this is me, and this is not me. But if it's not me on the right-hand side, it's not me on the left-hand side, right? So this is me in the center, and all around me is not me. So what we see is that our physicality, our manifestation, which is me, is actually a feedback. But a feedback to what? And so when we create this boundary, then we have decided what is not me. So what is not me is another feedback. So the not me is a feedback to the me, which is a feedback from something that comes beyond the vanishing point, isn't it? What is that that comes from beyond the vanishing point? And so we start to explain how we were born. But at the same time, we explain how we waken up from a sleep. And at the same time, we understand why we need sleep. So the commonality between being born and awaking from our sleep, the first one is trust. Instead of being arrogant and determining how you were going to be born, you had to trust. Well, imagine if you were that arrogant when you come back and awaken from sleep. You probably never make it. So you likewise have to trust. And so what you are trusting is this tendency to a physicality reference. And so this trusting to this physicality reference, which is your physical manifestation of me, comes from somewhere. And so that somewhere is the proof of inner space, right? Because you can't have the earth space if that's me, but it depends on what is not me. So what is this not me? So when we look at the result of a somatoscope, a somatoscope in this picture shows 30,000 times magnification. And I know that it's going up to 125,000 times magnification compared to a 1,200 times magnification of a conventional microscope. So we can see these tiny bodies, which we call somatids. And these tiny bodies are these little dots that you see on the screen. And they come from these big round circles, which are blood cells. And so when you look at this blood cell, all you see is the circle of the blood cell. So outside of the circle of the blood cell is something which we call no man's land. And there's a gap between the circle of the red blood cell and the somatid, which we call no man's land. And then inside the circle of the red blood cell, well, there's nothing there. So there's a relationship with these red blood cells in this environment, with the somatids in this environment, and in this environment. Both are in this environment. And so that is the proof of the inner space anchorage. The anchorage of these is within this environment. Okay, so we came to this environment through the navigation method of trust, right? And so when we look at these double rainbows, which are kind of revealing because they show so much, they show that inside the first rainbow is the blue spectrum. And so we know that inside this rainbow is our physicality. We know this physicality is our feedback mechanism, and it's our 3 dimensions. But then when we look at the outside of the second rainbow, the blue spectrum is now on the outside. And we can see it, and it has the same colors as we have on the inside. And so that also becomes part of our 3 dimensions of physicality, right? Because it's what we see in the sky. But it's inverted. But then in between these 2 rainbows is this funny color, which, you know, is hard to describe. And we find that the outside of the inner rainbow is part of the red spectrum, and the inside of the outer rainbow is also part of the red spectrum. So we find that the center point is in the infrared spectrum, which is not visible. And so that kind of accounts to this funny color that is part of this transmission field around this planet. And so this is one of the benefits of seeing these double rainbows. So we see that the inside transmission field is infrared, and the 2 outside fields are on the ultraviolet side, both of which are in the non-visible spectrum. So when we look at the laminar flow of a nanocoated coil, a nanocoated copper coil, we see a physical acceleration of energy. And so this is the definition of a superconductor, where you have the gravitational fields on the outside and the magnetical field in the inside, and the alignment of the fields is referenced by both of them, but they're not balanced. So it creates a plasmatic superconductivity. And so when we look at these double rainbows, we can see that they are a plasmatic superconductivity of laminar flow, aren't they? Because they follow uniformly with the same color intensity right round through the rainbow. And so it follows the circumference of the Earth. And there are 2 of these, but they are inverted in between. And there is a link, but we don't see the link, but there must be a link, because the sequencing of the colors is not only in the correct order, but it's equally uniform. So if we say that we know that our 3 dimensions in our physicality inside the first rainbow is me, and it's 3 dimensions, and then you look at the other 3 dimensions on the outside of the second rainbow, and so, well, that's me. So somehow, you know, this thing in between, well, that's not me, right? Because we create boundaries. It is in this boundary position that we create the peace stone. And it is in this boundary position that many teachings talk about crossing the bardo, as you might have read in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. But it doesn't seem to go beyond the magnetosphere. It just seems to go in this no man's land, kind of between these two rainbows, and somewhere it goes. So we find that this is the thing that we're missing, this direction and strength of flow, what we basically refer to as the gradient charge or the charge gradient. But the manifestation of the combination of these two is the transmutation as manifest by the field strength. And we reference that as the z-axis dimension. And the totality of this is the plasma. But we find that the plasma is in the core position. And the position of that plasma is dependent on the plasma in the core position of another plasma. And so when two plasmas work together, we call that the interaction. So we find that we have energy in motion, a dynamic plasma within the plasma, and a dynamic plasma between plasmas. And whether it's within the plasma or between the plasmas is determined by the susceptibility. And when it interacts between the plasmas, now you have synergy because you're building these energies together. And so this is all how we determine these relationship references. And when we can do more and be more, then we can start to transcend these various ranges. And so within the range on this planet, we see that we have different field strengths. So the basic plasma feeding rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so what we're talking about is field strength. The higher field strength feeds the weaker field strength. Our failure to really understand this is when we bring two fields together and they come to a point of conflict. And it's understandable that they come to a point of conflict when you diagrammatically show that there is a conflict point when these two fields come together. And so is that conflict point a point of conflict, or is that conflict point a product of the feeding of the fields? So in other words, the conflict fields on both sides manifest the conflict point. So we get to the basics of magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. That's the simplest common denominator. We call the attraction gravitational, call the repulsion magnetical. The gravitational really is the feedback. The magnetical is the feeding. And so here's the catch. It's a two-way street. And we call this two-way street, one we call creation and one we call decay. And that's an unfortunate term, decay, because it implies rottenness. And life is not rotten, not according to the universal community. The universal community operates through the magnetical emission or the gravitational absorption from a maggrav position. And so when we look at the Keshe model of nuclear decay of a neutron, the neutron being the maggrav, and from that position, we create the release of the PM ticks as a product of the creation byproduct of the electron-proton marriage, which we call an atom. So we find that this ray motion of creation is a natural creation. But being a two-way street, this involves a natural decay. Well, okay, that's good on one side if you're elevating into a higher energy state, but if you're going into a lower energy state, well, it's a different form of creation. And if that creation is to a lower energy state, then the opposite of that becomes a decay. So in other words, by the decay of the motion to an elevated state is in the direction to a lower state, but the decay from a lower state is in the direction of a higher state. And so there's this boundary in between, and because these are a two-way street, there's some kind of bonding of this boundary. And so we don't understand this, so we keep fudging this, right? And so one of these two is me, and one of these two is not me. Are those the only choices? What did you want to be when you grow up? Well, we have other choices. We have a relationship between the neutron and the electron-proton combination in the plasmatic spectrum. And you know what? We have the same thing in the physicality spectrum. And we have a relationship between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum as well, which we call the covalent bonding. And the reason it's a covalent bonding is because the neutron of the plasmatic spectrum is bonding to all the plasmas within the nearness and proximity of that neutron. And the neutron of the physicality spectrum is bonding to all the plasmas within the nearness and proximity of the atom, which is an electron-proton combination. And now we've got not only crossing the boundaries on the plasmatic level and the physicality level, but from the plasmatic level to the physicality level and back. And not only, now we have this no man's land smack dab in the middle, and God knows what that is. And that's the truth. God does know. We are finding out, thanks to the cups of life, that we can create these cups of life, and it's important to do that. They're not called the cups of the pandemic. They have a magnetical field and a gravitational field and a soul in the middle. And when one is emotional and one is physical. And if we want an individual plasmatic field, we need to keep these apart. But when we put them together, they become the cups of man. And regardless of the cup that it is, we have a GANS that's in there. In the basic cup of life, we have zinc GANS, copper GANS, CO2 GANS, and calcium GANS. And isn't it interesting? 4 different GANSes from 3 different elements, plus amino acid, plus water. Busy. It's very busy in the cup of life, isn't it? And then when you look at the cup of the soul, cup of the soul, cup of the earth, and in between, the cup of the emotion and cup of the physicality, and in between, the cup of inertia. All individually and all collectively have a magnetical gravitational field force with the soul in the center. So now we understand the matter plasma spectrum. There is a physical state and there is a plasmatic state. there's a feeding state and there's a feedback state. And so there's some kind of common denominator between these states. And that's what we need to learn. So the primary feeding is the energy pack, the PM ticks, which travel through the universe. So as far as we're concerned, that's our principal matter. And then we bring that principal matter into a plasma state. So the difference is the direction of flow, the strength of flow, and the nearness and proximity of the flow. So from an earthly point of view, as we view the earth, we are viewing the earth from our soul. And the earth is our environment. And somehow we're transforming and converting, going from this transparency point across the vanishing point to the manifestation point. And how we do this are the important skills for us to learn. So we have found that there's this non-visible inversion point in between of a higher energy level, and according to the plasma rule, the higher energy level feeds the lower energy level. And so this higher energy level becomes a transmission rail. And we have some unfinished business. We have some loose ends. And one of that is the game of tic-tac-toe. So let's see if we can tie up this loose end. After all, this is the last class in the Insight series. So when we look at the rate of transmission, we find that this transmission is crossing no man's land and is a relationship between the emotions of presence and the presence of physicality. So the emotion of presence is coming from an intention-specific feeding, and the emotion of physicality is coming from an environmental specific feedback. And so we see that because when we created the original magravs and we put them together in a star formation, each of these magravs, each of these balls within this magrav had an electric motor and a physical containment, and inside they had the GANs. But when they started to rotate, they created a plasma field. And when we put them together into this star formation, they created a dynamic plasma in the center. And we all know that that is not visible. So that dynamic center was created by the feedback from the other rotating balls. So the feedback was the feeding system to this plasma. But not only, because you see, if we look at this as a tunnel, we have a no man's land between the soul of the man and the soul of intention. That's our preference. But then we have our soul of intention in our environment. So that's a physicality represented by our sentimentality. So when we look at our aura, what we see, the aura is a dynamic plasma around our physicality. So now we know that our soul is in the center, and that soul has a spectrum. And those who are clairvoyant can see the colors of this spectrum. And so the soul spectrum will actually feed the radiance. and that radiance is manifest in the aura. But that aura moves from a position of emission to a position of absorption. So in that process, that aura is actually changing its field strength. It's going from magnetical to gravitational. And so in order to do that, it has to increase in strength. So on the one hand, we have a spectrum feeding, which we call radiance. But then on the other hand, we have a spectrum feedback, which is also radiance. And so where does this feedback come from? Well, it comes from other plasmas. And so this is the point. There's a dynamic plasma interaction. So it's not just the gold that glitters. It's not just the sun that glitters. All the souls glitter. All the souls are a feeding source. So we go from a tunnel experience, from a funnel experience to a tunnel experience, where our preference is the gravitational point between the feeding of a source and the feeding of our intention. And so now we come to our preference point and our sentimentality based on the environment. And what is the key point on this? How do we cross this no man's land between these two plasmas, right? Because we have a feeding radiance, and then we get this feedback radiance, but this feedback radiance comes from another feeding radiance. What is the key determining factor? We are seeking refuge. That's what a refugium is. Where it isn't just a parasite-host relationship. It isn't just a parasite-host symbiotic relationship, but it is a universal relationship of safety. And so the difference is clearly seen between man-made laws and the universal laws. And so we need to understand our roles. We need to understand we have an earth space, but we want to go into outer space. But we need to realize that we have to cross this no man's land, which is this point of transmutation. A point of transmutation that takes us through the plasmagen state. So this is the difficulty when we were defining plasma and someone says, well, I'll give you 35 seconds to explain. Just tell them plasma is a kind of energy state and it transcends the limitations of science. And it's very important because it explains the relationship, the Magrav relationship between the scientific community and the spiritual community. So we've been able to simplify the scientific community as part of the awake state and the spiritual community as part of the dream state. But there's more. The plasma science is adding more. The scientific community doesn't know, and the spiritual community doesn't want you to know. And so that is what's affecting the rate of the change. And so that's what has to change. Where science meets the soul of man for peace, this is a bringing of the awake state and the dream state together in a new relationship. And we see that represented in the nano state as being part of the awake state because we can see it. But there's a gap in the nano. There's a nano gap state. That's our dream state. And so we find that our dream state is more complex than we give it credit for. because we're only seeing our aura. And so our aura is a representation of our involvement with Earth space. Our involvement of Earth space is in the physicality. Our aura is involvement of our physicality with the Earth space. Our aura is our inner space. And so now we know the art of dreaming involves more. It involves the plasma dilution technology. And we know that it's there because A, we were born, and B, we wake up from our dreams. So the explanation has to do with the sequencing of energy levels. So the soul sequencing starts like this. There's the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth. That attracts the soul of the man. And so we have a convergence in this nearness and proximity. And so the soul of the man engages with the soul of the earth. Now we can attract the soul of the body. And that's an inversion of energy coming in through this nearness and proximity. And so now when we have the soul of the body and the soul of the earth, now we can manifest into the physicality of the body. That becomes our default pathway manifestation, or the divergence of the nearness and proximity. And then that manifests into the convergence, which is literally the RNA feeding to the metagen state and the mRNA feedback to the metagen state. Well, that creates a dilemma, because now we're seeing the soul of the earth relationship where we have an inner space and an earth space. So the definition of outer space really becomes this understanding of the fields and the photons, right? This particle wave dilemma that we've been having, and the understanding of the souls. So we understand now that the soul of the sun and the soul of the man have a commonality, have a common denominator, that they are part of the feeding system. They are part of the outer space feeding system to the inner space feeding system to the earth space feedback system. And so now we understand the truth about lies. What we don't see is how we cross this transparency point. And the thing is that the soul of the man cannot lie. And the soul of the body carries the intention of the soul of the man. But the physical body can't hold on to that. There's a delay in consequences. So the physicality is a feature. The delay in consequences is a feature. And the aura can hold on to this. And so the aura can hold on to the intention of the soul of man, but the aura can hold on to the lies of the physical body as well. Because it's responding to the manifestation point. And that's why those who are fighting for peace can never achieve it. Because we are in a consumption environment, and consumption becomes part of our energy supplementation methods. And as consumers, we consume food. Yeah, we consume resources on this planet. When we build things, we consume materials. And when we mine or whatever, we consume land. This all takes time. And they say time is money. So we consume a lot of time, we consume a lot of money. And then the worst of all, we consume people. And all of this is part of the energy binding system. we become witnesses to what's going on with respect to these crosses that we bear and the double cross of the deceit that we practice at the expense of others. So this becomes what we manifest. So there's a deficiency. There's a deficiency in our manifestation. And so that becomes a deficiency in our feedback. So it's very appropriate for us to go back to the basic teachings and understand the basic plasma rules. There is at least an order of magnitude difference between each energy state. And the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. And we know that it's a two-way street. So energy states increase through natural creation or natural decay. I think I just invented a new word. However, something that we have not talked about, and we will have to talk about this in greater detail, that energy transfer can be catalytic or non-consuming. So we all know what a catalytic converter is in a car, right? The purpose of the catalytic converter is to convert the gasoline that was not consumed by our motors in our cars. So it actually burns up the excess fuel so that we don't pollute the environment more than we're polluting the environment already. But we consume the gasoline, but we don't consume the catalytic converter. That's the way the design was. And so another phenomenon is that we can have a transfer rate higher in higher plasma states than the lower plasma states by an order of magnitude. And then we understand that plasma itself will absorb fields, and plasma is a barrier of fields. And plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. Mark, can I take a 1-minute break, please?
Sure, as soon as I find my microphone, go right ahead. Well, I'd like to show a couple pictures after Alex finished from Steph and her spraying today. She does have a couple of rainbows on there near the ground, some blue and yellow and a purplish, a little green in there as well. We'll take a look at those from her spraying. And hopefully we have some questions lined up for Alex when he finishes. I have one or two, but I'm hoping someone else will start with the questions today.
May I continue?
Please do.
So now we understand the position of ethics and how important it is. Because if you want to be a catalytic converter, you have to have ethics, because that's how the universal community works. And what ethics means is it takes other things into account besides what we consume and what we're able to create, because it also involves morality, compassion, and yes, it does involve courage, because we are all part of that process, but we are all independent, and we're individual, and we're all individuals as part of the creation. So the limitations of the physics has now been superseded. And so the definition of manifestation has come into focus. It's when two fields come together, they form another. And so this formation is a manifestation. And that's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. But the thing about this manifestation, it may be visible or non-visible. and it may be plasmatic or physical. So there is a plasmatic reality and there is a physical reality, but not necessarily. Whichever reality it is a form artifact. So when we say that manifestation has a touchy-feely type of form artifact, touchy is physical, but feely can be physical, but it can be emotional. And so the emotion of presence is a form artifact also of energy and motion at the manifestation point. So in other words, the manifestation point could be the plasmatic reality and not necessarily the physical reality. But in all cases, it must be the plasmatic reality. So if the plasmatic reality is necessary, then the physical feedback, and within the limitations of the fences that we put up, in truth, is not my refugium. Outside of the boundaries is my refugium. And my refugium is on the outside, on the right side, and it's on the outside, on the left side. So all three of these are part of the feeding system that goes across this vanishing point to the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth that we understand between the here and the there. And so too many of us have engaged in this kind of trench warfare. This is me, this is mine. And that's you and that's yours. And what's in between is no man's land. And this is how the poem in Flanders Fields came by John McCrae. As he came up out of the trench with all his buddies in World War I. All his friends fell. And he tripped over something and he fell. But his friends were all dead and he was still alive. And he was stuck in no man's land. And for whatever reason, he came into the trenches to fight this fight. And for whatever reason, he got out of the trench to cross this no man's land. That reason was forgotten because he was alone. And so he crawled back to his trench and managed to flee to safety. In Flanders Fields, the poppies blow. Between the crosses, row on row. That mark our places. And in the sky, the larks, still bravely singing, fly. Scarce heard amid the guns below. we are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn. Saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders Fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you, from failing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow. Flanders Fields. So if you wonder why our brave soldiers have PTSD, it's because the pain of the witnessing of what we call feedback modification does not jive with the default pathway manifestation. And with all the guns and all the money and all the equipment and all the technology, and they survived their battles, and they come home and they cannot solve the battle with their soul. Brave man. Our gift of the vision feedback enhancement systems allows many soldiers to return to safety, the safety of their soul enhancement and spirit enhancement. This is the default refugium manifestation. So when we're looking at the trips into outer space, we know that if this is not me, because this is me based on what is not me, now we understand that what is not me is my environment. And so what is me is my point of safety. So my point of safety is my refugium. So my refugium is somehow traveling from the point of transparency to the manifestation point. And it's crossing no man's land in two directions, because in both directions is the direction to safety. So now we get a chance to complete that game of tic-tac-toe, tie up some loose ends. All the boxes are taken except the one in the middle. And we don't know whose turn it is, but something has to be converted. So when we look at the diamond structure of the MAGRAPH, and we see in the terms of singularity, there are balanced fields all around. But if you want to engage with duality, there has to be a polarity. There has to be a direction of flow. And so you can make the connection of two plasma fields. And that's your two dimensions, but we have a trinity as 3 dimensions. So the flow goes in 2 directions, but there's a preference and there's a sentimentality. And there's a conversion. And so that has to come from other directions. And so we've crossed this before, and we've seen that when we merge the divergence of energy and the convergence of energy, we manifest into the conversion of the dynamic transfer state. But we still don't know whose turn it is. So previously we discussed basic spaceship technologies, and we've seen the ancient technologies of the UFOs, and we've seen the technologies of the spheres, and we become aware of the technologies of the capsules. And now we have a new type of technology that crosses the peace stone, a fourth technology. This conversion, where you find that if we say the creator is me, and the creation is the image of the creator, then the creation is not me. The conversion is me. The conversion between the transition and the transmission point. You know whose turn it is? It's your turn. Because your turn is more than the two dimensions of transition and transmission. The basic magravs had 3 double coils. The combination of those 3 created a field of transmutation. And that's all we could see. But what we couldn't see was the 4th dimension. And so this is our turn to get into the 4th dimension, which is not Earth space. So we're looking at, getting back to basics, getting back to nature, getting back to normal. The default position is what's normal. And so the majority of us are normal, because the majority of us seek freedom and emancipation. And the universe is the majority. And the universe is normal. And the earth is part of the universe, and it seeks freedom and emancipation. So we come to an existential crisis, and we need to transmute to the default position to harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe. So when we talk about gain of function, we have to understand the manifestation point and understand the transparency point and gain the insight of this vanishing point and gain the knowing of this transmutation point, gain the universal functionality. We do this by knowing by connection. If you know by connection, you don't have to remember. The feedback of the inner space and the feeding of the outer space, which is the contiguous connection of the universal existence. And so we find that we are only at the point now where we're creating a peace dome. And the peace dome is the refugium dome. This is the point of safety. This is the point of safety on this planet, which we thought when we got here was a very safe place. And it is a very safe place, as long as we do this with responsibility. And so we need to be awakened to the fact that we have a responsibility. And we need to understand that we can go beyond what we call our dream state, because we're having trouble remembering our dreams. So therefore we find that we are not quite sure where this dream state is, because we're still trying to figure out this greater oneness. How can there be a greater oneness when you are independent one, but you're interdependent with other independent ones? And so you have a feeding radiance and you get a feedback radiance. And somehow it crosses this no man's land. And you find that the best way to do that is when there is a common denominator, the common good. So this is the understanding of the attraction and repulsion forces, which we call gravitational and magnetical convergence and divergence. We are the magnetical dynamic residue. We are the independent ones. We are the independent feedback variable to each and every one of us. And then we can reach others to understand the interdependence of the feeding universe. And you can see the impact on our emotional feedback transformation when our interdependence is based on the dependence on undependables. So we have to reach one and teach one to understand one nation, one planet, and one universe for the enhancement of others, and to understand that our limitations is understanding only the earth space and our awareness of another space, which we will now call the inner space, because the Keshe Foundation is looking to go into outer space. And outer space is a refugium. It's our comfy zone. It's our safety zone. The universal community is in the outer space zone. And the outer space zone is the universal refugium. We are beyond the launch point. We are in a new era. The Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Teachings and Plasma Science is calling all Earth shareholders, both near and far. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it with your heart, sign it with a pen, and sign it with your soul, because the physical and emotional transformation rate depends on the source and balance of the feeding and the feedback system. So there's the transmutation comes from the transparency point to the manifestation point. What we're talking about is a universal refugium of the universal community. So our default position listens to this universal language of freedom. And that's why plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So not only welcome to the outer space sage, but I want to thank you, as this is the end of the lesson. And it's also the end of the Insight series. And so we are going into uncharted territories. And not just us, but the universal community as well. I hope you enjoy this trip. Thank you so much for allowing me to make this presentation.
Thank you very much, Alex. You've taken us again in many different places. Let's see if anyone has any questions. I do have a couple pictures here from Steph on the Dome of Peace that will show maybe a little later after the question and answer. So we open up the floor to anyone who would like to share something, ask a specific question about what Alex just delivered. Okay, I see Vincent request that live transcript be enabled for the meeting. Is anyone familiar with that? Usually I decline, but would that just be on his computer? Or would that be on all of our computers? Anyone know? Well, we'll have to decline it. Go ahead. think
Yeah,
somebody's
that would
getting
have to
ready.
be on the host computer, and I think right now we'll have to decline it.
Okay. All right, would anyone like to bring up a topic, a question? I was thinking about these chairs, Alex, that we're going to be going through prior to going into the unit, and wondering if Mr. Keshe is creating a Lisbeth, your camera is open. Let's see if we can stop it. Okay, there we go. We go through these chairs. Now we know when we're conscious, and apparently even after the third chair, you're conscious. But when you're conscious, the blood flow around the brain, around the cranium, the skull, is creating a magnetic field that keeps the soul from expanding. Now, when we go to sleep and we lose, let's say, consciousness in a way, where we have fallen asleep, that magnetic field weakens and allows the soul to expand and travel across the universe. It doesn't apparently encapsulate the physicality at that time. But just any thoughts about what is Mr. Keshe doing? Is he creating a magnetic field around to match up with the blood flow? Is he creating a weaker field so that your blood flow then has to give to the weaker field outside the body? Is he giving fields to the soul that's strengthening the soul to let it, even when you're conscious, to permeate that magnetic field? I was just wondering about that, because you're going through these 3 steps and then you're reversing it, going back into the physicality, even though you're fully conscious the whole time. Obviously, they're walking in or standing in the system or sitting in the system, sometimes with eyes open, eyes closed. Or are you in a semi-hypnotic state? I don't think so. He says the people can hear us talking. They say they can hear Mr. Keshe asking him, would you like to go to the moon? And at first they didn't, and then later on they did. So what do you think is happening in these 3 chairs? Obviously, the field has to be weakened, or the soul strengthened, or a mag-rav balance create so that that magnetic field that's encompassing the soul is balanced. Just your thoughts. I'm not saying you know.
You've done it again, Mark.
Yeah. The soul did anything.
You've answered your own question.
Okay.
D, all of the above. So if we understand the susceptibility, something is always something as opposed to being something else. And if we understand that all of creation is energy in motion, so it's energy at regardless of which level it is, whether it's physical, such as earth, or soul of the body, or soul of the man, or soul of the solar system, or soul of the creator. These are all energy fields. And so we have the capability of transcending each of these fields. And the limitation is really based on our skill, but not only. It is based on our conditioning and understanding or perceiving our environment to be a place of danger. And if we look at the universe and how it's created, it's well organized and it's functional and it seems devoid of conflict. So this is the problem that we're having. We are viewing the universe through our earth's eyes, And we're trying to interpret our dreams from our Earth position. And the universal community is communicating at a higher energy level. So the things that we're familiar with, for instance, our emotions and our language are not familiar to the universal community. But what is familiar is the connection to our soul, because it's their soul that does the connecting, and it's their soul that does the communicating. So now you come to the question is, if when you're sleeping, can someone communicate with you? Well, the answer, of course, is yes, but are you skillful enough to recognize that? So with the aid of the enhancement unit, you have that skill. That skill is given in the enhancement unit. And so we find that there's two types of communication. One is that Mr. Keshe has been able to communicate with the space travelers during their flight. In fact, in all three positions, right? You talked about 3 chairs, 3 different energy levels. He was able to communicate with them on each level, and then able to communicate them during their flight. And then they were in fact able to communicate with their own memory. And so this is the problem. Before you were born, you don't have a memory. And after you die, you don't seem to have a memory. Well, how can you have a memory after you die? Because you haven't died yet, right? So you can't have a memory of the future. You can only have a memory of the past, but your past is limited to the time that you were born. So but your past extends before that. So you have collective amnesia. Well, that's also been overcome, because now we have testimonies of the travelers who've been able to convey the events of their travel. So in fact, they've been able to interpret their dreams from their viewpoint. So it doesn't become something that needs a dream interpretation. It becomes a witnessing of their own dreams and an interpretation of their own dreams. So we have, right off the bat, we have 2 breakthroughs in technology. One is the ability to remember our dreams. And 2 is to know that this technology is new, because it's allowed us to communicate with the universal community as well in some kind of common language. That common language that didn't need a translator. So that common language we can put under the category of emotion. So there was an emotional connection between some of the travelers and their relatives, some of the travelers in their environment, and some of the travelers with other astonishing special people. And that was an initial connection. So it needs practice, right? And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be practicing now. So we now have been given the instrument to play, and then we have to learn how to play. And that's where we're at. And this revelation that it's not just our instrument, but it's the universal community's instrument as well. Did we say which part of the universal community? Well, no, we did not. So every time you answer a question, we literally open up more questions, but that's a good thing because that's how we learn. So this part of the question, I hope I answered that.
Yes, he said that the ones in the UFOs will look at us now as more alien in a way, or more advanced, what's coming up. But I know John said he felt something in the head, and then he seemed to feel something in the heart. So there's some in the chair, and again, this was a previous chair than what's available now. So there's something that's happening there. And normally when we dream, we don't seem to take the physicality with us often, even though he's asked us to ask the soul to take the physicality. But that doesn't happen. But again, this is, I don't think you're unconscious and you're not semi-conscious. You're fully aware. You're not sleepwalking, I don't think. But again, I don't know. I'm just wondering what your thoughts or anyone else's thoughts would be on that matter. Let me share a couple of pictures here. And this is from Steph and her spraying the Dome of Peace. I think you can see that now. And she's got some interesting colors here. I don't know if that's on the ground or, again, when you mist, you do get that interaction with the sunlight.
Oh, look at those double rainbows.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is. The inversion is as clear as day.
They're beautiful to view.
Yeah, I've seen it the first time, and I went my mobile phone and tried to make a picture from it, and it works.
So there's clearly a difference in the color of the grass in between the two rainbows than from outside the rainbows.
And these aren't, this one here on the right side, the yellow is not on the ground, it's still in the air. It does look like it's intermingled here, or maybe you can just see through it. It's sort of translucent.
Sorry, I have made a little bit of Photoshop because else it was too less. I made a little bit more color in it.
Oh, you brightened it somehow.
Yeah, little bit, yeah, right. But because else it was too, yeah, to fade.
Yes, but still the sequence of the colors is clearly visible.
Yeah.
So this is the point. So, you know, some people will look at this and you know, it completely is meaningless. But now we understand that there's each of these colors represents an energy field. And so we understand the direction of flow. And so as it goes from one color to the other, that's the transition. But then in between the two rainbows, there's a uniformity, and that's the transmission. And so that in effect is a representation of our peace dome. And our peace dome deals in peace, right? We don't fight for peace. We seek peace. And the peace, what we seek is in the position of safety, position of refuge. So this is why I say our peace dome is a refugium dome. And the whole universe, that's why the universe doesn't fight. If they know your intention, and all we have to do is just walk away. We don't have to, shall we say, engage with the enemy.
Sorry, what have you do? We have to walk away?
Exactly. Yes, you have to walk away. You have to, that's what terrorists do, they deny. So yeah. deny them the opportunity to deplete your energy field.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be discussing this more, and as I say, as we answer questions, more questions come up. So we know the questions that we have to come up is, how is this detrimental from someone who is in the practice of loosh harvesting? So let's say someone who is exercising dominion over another. They're literally stealing the life force of that person. But if they're stealing that life force, in conventional stealing, you get more. But in effect, getting more becomes added to your burden.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And so we don't see the penalty of that burden, because we only see the existence of our life in our physicality. Well, this is when someone says, oh, you're going to regret this. Well, they have the foresight of experience. And unless you've made this, shall we say, mistake, it's hard for you to understand regret, because you only regret after you make the mistake, right? That's what regret is. Well, if I'd have only known. Well, now you do know. So how does that change the game? Well, I'm sorry I made that mistake. I will make sure that I don't make that same mistake when I go about making this mistake next time. And you say, well, some people never learn. The ultimate lesson, of course, is at the expense of their soul. So why is that important? Because then we understand the importance of life. Life is for learning. So that means it becomes the lesson of the maturity of the soul, the maturation of the soul, if you will, from that of being a baby to that of being an adult. So that becomes added to our knowledge. So it becomes the difference, if you will, between a single cell and, let's say, a kidney. And then do we have the right to say, well, you know what, the kidney is more important than the heart? Well, don't tell that to the heart. So the heart is important. The kidney also is important. In fact, they are equally important. And so is the cell. Can I sacrifice a cell for the sake of the kidney? Well, not when the kidney is made up of cells. So then we realize that the difference between being catalytic and being a consumer. So we find that those who steal from others are literally consumers themselves. So this requires more in-depth discussion and more in-depth understanding. But the thing is, what you have to understand is that you were born with the concept of safety. You'd have never come here. And yet, sometimes babies are born into areas of conflict. And even then, they survive. So we need to be more skillful in so many different ways, because we shouldn't have this conflict. This conflict that we have is in such a small state compared to the rest of the universe. I mean, we're a drop in the drop of a bucket. So you could say that we're insignificant. But then if we're insignificant, then we become subservient, right? Then we become diminished. And if we're diminished, then others become superior. So this is where we find that those who think that they're superior is an admission of their inferiority. You don't have to be superior or inferior. You only need to be a universal functionary. Because if you're the creator, you didn't create anything bad. Why would you do that? Doesn't make sense. Everything you create is good. Assuming that you know what you're doing. And so this becomes the test, isn't it? And so we found that coming to this planet, there's a deficiency. And that deficiency has been corrected. But not because of the bad intention. It's because the conditions haven't been perfect. And so those conditions have changed. And look at the results, just, going back from October 21st to now. Phenomenal advancements. And, when you look at the advancements that we made, the key point on these advancements is that these advancements are beyond the advancements that we've been craving for. This is a whole new technology. There aren't any books, there aren't any precedents. This is what's so wonderful, and we're all present in this time. So please remember the significance of this time, because if it hasn't overwhelmed you now, it will 20 years from now when you get asked a question. Now, where were you in those old days when you used to travel around with those things called cars? So we're just starting to become aware of the consequences of this new technology. And we should be happy, because it's not changing the earth in terms of whether or not it is a dangerous place. It is literally turning the earth into heaven. And so this is the kind of feedback that we want to give back to the universal community. What's wrong with that picture?
I'd like to read a couple of comments in the chat towards you, Alex. From Lisbeth, thank you so much again, Alex. And from Steph, thank you, Alex. From Diane, thank you, Alex. From Ying Chi, thank you, Alex. From Kay, God bless you, Alex, for all your sharing of this divine knowledge. Love and peace to all. Jefferson said, thank you, Alex, great presentation. And Kay also said, I got so many of these rainbows on so many springs of the Peace Dome. Jacko made a comment in here, the pressure in the head, I call it MagRav condition pressure. I had it in the beginning when I started the MagRavs up, also in my head. It feels like the systems connect more and more. Thank you all. Anyone else would like to bring something in here? And Mr. Keshe, was it in this last teaching yesterday, or was it in the workshop where he said you could be sitting in your car and you and the car appear in lints, so that you won't need a taxi, but you might pay very high gas prices.
Perfect.
Yes, he just said that recently. I don't know where, because I listen to so many things, it's hard to remember exactly where you heard that.
I haven't heard it, but yeah, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and it depends on which side of the road you're used to driving on.
And that too, yes.
That's fun.
But you and the car could appear in Austria in Linz.
Yeah, we need to get that car.
So if you know how to do it, maybe the soul can encompass not only your physicality, but the physicality of the car you're in, and move everything. I mean, this again is beyond the understanding in our or even to believe this could, well, we do believe it, of course, but we also want to experience it, let's say.
Alex,
Hello.
hello. I want to ask you, have you been in such a flight unit, or will you be, or is it not important for you?
Well, definitely it's important for me. This is what we're doing. And as I mentioned
okay.
before,
Okay.
well, let me just say, like, no, I haven't been in these physical units. And there are
in Arizona or in Linz?
No, in Linz, and
Okay.
that's what we're doing the
Okay.
launching from at this point in time.
Mhm.
And
Sorry, I don't want to make you.
no, the thing is that I got on this journey. Well, okay, let me just go back to ground zero. I got involved with the awareness on May the 5th, 1991, because my wife had cancer, and I was totally in with the conventional system, and it bankrupted everything that I had except for my soul. And so I was able to overcome that hurdle, and it was a daily discussion for 8 years. So that's daily, that's 7 days a week. That's all we talked about is, how are we going to deal with this cancer? So in Canada alone, is 80,000 people a year die from cancer. So this was a preoccupation of my life. And then I discovered how to overcome that. And then I thought I'd be the happiest person in the world. And I got a rude awakening. So not only did I find an answer which satisfied me, but it didn't matter to anybody else unless they were involved with the problem themselves. So if it's not my problem, then I don't care. That kind of attitude. And that was really disconcerting. And then you would think that people who had the similar problems, oh, gee, there's a solution, let me try that solution. No, they didn't want to do that either, because being sick became a badge of honor. And I, don't understand how sickness can be a badge of honor. And then obviously I don't understand what a badge of honor is. So, honor is something that soldiers die for. So I didn't understand what this honor was. And so then we found out that not only did people not want to know, but it was actually illegal to know. Well, it wasn't illegal to know, it was illegal to sell. So this became a really rude awakening, because the system that I had been educated in, grown up in, depended on, had let me down royally, really let me down. And when I needed to depend on it, it became totally undependable. And then I found that there was another system that I could be dependent on. So that began my journey. And
can you tell what kind of system it was?
Well, it was a chemical additive which regulated the energy sequencing within the body. So when you're sequencing your energy levels within your body normally, then you are functioning properly. And then when you go out of sequence, you know, and everybody understands when they feel out of sorts, right? And so what we found is that the environment was feeding back to us, and so we were reacting to that environment. So, you know, when I looked at all the elements in the environment, so I had business stress, I had family stress, and so I had financial stress, and I also had responsibilities. And around that time was the AIDS virus came out, and there were a lot of uncertainties in life, a lot of questions, and I had tremendous faith in the system. And every time I leaned on the system, it let me down. You know, a cane is only good if it can hold you up, and if you lean on the cane and the cane breaks, like, wow, it's just, what's wrong with that picture? So I found myself in a terrible predicament, and there were so many questions, and I didn't have anyone to turn to, because everyone I turned to had the same questions, but they didn't necessarily ask those questions. They just basically had no answer. So the common answer, whether it was an ordinary person or a doctor or a physicist, was, well, I don't know, we don't know, and we have to do research. And it's ironic, that we're still doing that research today. But within a matter of a few weeks, we found a solution, and then we wanted to tell the world, and we found the world didn't want to hear it. And I thought, that's really strange. Well, it was strange to me, because that's what I wanted to hear every day for 8 years. Anyway, I realize now that that was my good fortune, and I just found that the way that I wanted to do to benefit from this good fortune in the system that I had grown up in and became dependent on, there was a conflict, and I didn't understand this point of conflict. Now I understand it. It all has to do with common purpose. So if your common purpose is to rape and pillage, and my purpose is to bring peace and harmony, I think you can clearly understand that this is a point of friction. So how do we navigate this? And it became virtually impossible until we came together with the Keshe Foundation. So the Keshe Foundation did something different from everyone else. And what they did was they broke the confiscation of intellectual property rights. And so the theft of intellectual property rights is obviously a theft, right? It's against the law. But the question was, whose law? Who wrote the law? And then you find that the ones who wrote the law are the ones who broke the law, and the ones who respected the law, well, those are the ones who were punished by the law. And so if you look at the history of the evolution of the plasma science technology, you will see a common thread there, common pattern. And even, last week with the launch, there were those who were still trying to suppress it. So the thing is that if you're in communication with your soul, why would you even, go down that avenue? And so you find that they're not in communication with their soul, because they don't understand the penalty that is associated with that. But, just fundamentally, if I give you the prospect of peace and prosperity versus the prospect of hardship and slavery, do we need to debate this point? And I guess, from my point of view, it's a no-brainer, but obviously we still have this problem. So what does that mean? Does that mean that those who are resisting have no brain? Is that what that means? If the decision to make it is a no-brainer, but they don't make that decision. So, I don't know what to say, except that the time has come to change. And so why has it taken, and if you look at our immediate history of 12,000 years, why has it taken 12,000 years since the Great Flood to do this? And it's not just 12,000 years, you know, so there's a before the 12,000 years, isn't it? But we know that in some cultures, our history only goes back 5,500 years. And so, well, how can your history only go back there? And so some have a greater history and some have a shorter history. And so you realize that someone born in the 1990s has less of a history than someone born in 1970. Okay, well, I understand that. Okay. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't a prehistory. And so if there's a prehistory, but you don't remember that, that's not because it wasn't there. It's just that you weren't there. And so that's the difference. You is the difference. And if that is the case, then who are you? And what are you? And then if you were a baby when you got here, and thank God, said your mom, then, you know, how did you become an adult? And so then we find that the growth from the baby to the adult, you have to grow into something. And so what you grow into is obviously your aura. So when I learned about the Keshe technology and the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, this was a no-brainer. The aura is at a higher strength than the physicality. So the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And if any of you have followed Carillion photography, you understand the example when they took a Carillion photograph of a leaf and they seen the aura around the leaf. And then they cut the leaf in half and they took another picture. The physicality of the leaf showed only half a leaf, but the aura remained in total. So how is it possible for the aura to remain when the physicality is gone? And so the answer is that the aura is feeding the leaf. The leaf is not feeding the aura. What the leaf is doing is feeding back to the aura. So was the aura that size when the leaf was a seed? No, because the difference between yesterday and today is the increase in field strength of the aura. So as your experience gathers, as your radiance interacts with the radiance of other plasma fields, it gathers strength gravitationally, and so the aura expands. When the aura expands, that gives you room to grow. If your aura cannot expand, then your physicality cannot grow. And so now we've come to the next point, and that is what is limiting the aura from growing? Is the limit of the aura the feedback from the physicality, or is there another limitation? And so now we know the whole 436 Knowledge Seekers workshops, and we've tried to summarize that so that new knowledge seekers don't have to spend the thousands and thousands of hours to get from a point of being aware to becoming knowledgeable with respect to how this technology is affecting our lives. And it is affecting our lives because we are now entering the true outer space. Sorry to ramble on, but
Okay, I just
this
put
is the-
the,
Thank you so much, Alex.
this is where we're going.
I
I
want to
just
say
put
something in
the-
here.
Oh, yes, I just put the store up again, just as a reminder to everyone of our obligation and responsibility to get the links. Go ahead, Selena, please.
Yeah. I just joined a few minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. I want to say something. Recently, feeling different. I'm going to say a little bit experience. Like I know I connect with our machine in Linz or somewhere. I know I'm connected long time ago, but recently I'm feeling whoever talked with me long time,
maybe they're connecting with me. I don't know it's happening to me, it is my feelings or something, but what somebody else claim it or not, because I'm very curious about that. Because some of my friends who talk with me a lot, I don't talk, they're religious people, so I don't talk about Keshe technology that much with them. But they're sometimes saying me, oh, I am feeling lighter, feel lighter right now. And then I have a little strange dream, this and that. So I know when I had before the experience, I had those kinds of stuff. So they're having right now, I think so, same experience. So I don't explain them what is going on, but I'm thinking maybe they're connecting with me and I'm connecting with the center or Keshe technology, whatever it is. Maybe we are connecting each other somewhere. Just saying that to watch this in somebody else claim it or not, or it's happening to you guys or not. That just letting you know what is going on, what is I'm feeling. It is strange.
And he said none of this would be possible if Mitra wasn't here, present on this planet. So
Yeah.
Mitra has a lot to do with what's happening, let's say, right now. Alex, would you like to take the screen back, please?
And we have great responsibility right now. What about we think, what about we tell and do? Everything is counting. So we need to be good, really think good and do good.
And to add to this encyclopedia that he's building here in Linz about mapping all the different nationalities and people that go through the system, which all this knowledge will be shared among the different systems and shared with the people that keep going in. More and more knowledge, I think, will be added, and as well as the experiences you're having, that will also be part and almost like adding to the others. Continue.
So I'd like to comment on that.
Go right ahead. Did you take the screen? Let me just see.
I think I did.
Okay, good. Then I'll just bring this down there. Yes, you did. No, it came up in back of the ones I had up. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a difference between a full screen and partial screen. Okay, so if you understand that you don't have a memory from before you were born, but you have a memory from after you were born. So this after you were born is in the physicality, and the before you were born was in non-physicality, the plasma state. So we're looking at the enhancement unit in its physicality. So it has no memory because it was created. And then the travelers who go in this unit engage with it. One of the big breakthroughs that we've had in terms of understanding history is that the history of your country is dependent on the history of the neighboring country. Your country cannot have a history without the neighbor. You cannot say, well, this is me and this is my history, and oh no, that's you, and you know, you have a totally different history. So when you look at the breakthrough that Immanuel Velikovsky made back in the 50s, and so what he did was he found that in the the Middle East, we had two different histories. Well, how can you have two different histories? You know, we're in one planet and one physical planet, and now you have two histories. So, and it happened to be neighboring countries. So the question, of course, was that there was a difference. So what he did was he examined the prehistory of that historical period, and then the post-history of that historical period, and he compared it to the neighbor, and he found that there was a similarity in the histories. Oh, well, surprise, surprise. But a coincidence. The history of one country, which had a sequence, and the history of the neighboring country, which had a sequence, was out of sequence by 700 years. So the question is, let's say you're country A and country B is 700 years behind you. Well, is it possible that you're 700 years behind them? Or is it possible that you're 350 years ahead and they are 350 years behind, right? So if you move them up 350 years and you move back 350 years, you would coincide. So in order to determine which way the alignment, you had to look at other countries' histories. So you look at some of the greatest scholars, they had the luxury of understanding the cuneiform tablets, which had 3 different languages. And so they were adept at reading these 3 different languages so they could compare. So it wasn't just comparing you and your neighbor, but it was comparing your neighbor's neighbor, right? So if you look at the alignment right across the board, in all 3 would have to line up. And then you would figure out what are you bringing forward, what are you retrograding, and you know, which direction you're doing. And then once you establish that history, and then you look at the way the earth rotates, and then some basic truths come out. So for instance, like really, really basic truths, simple truths. September is the 9th month of the year. But September, the name, is derived from the number 7. And October is 8, but it's the 10th month. November is 9, it's the 11th month, and December, of course, is 10, but it's the 12th month. And then, you know, we look at the different calendars, and some are 360 days, and some are 365 days. And so how is that possible? You know, and then we find that there are, you look at the pyramids, for instance, and their calendars are based on the universal clock. And the universal clock is 2,160 days, years, sorry, 2,160 years long. Well, when I look at my watch, I'm concerned about hours, minutes, and seconds. I'm not considering eons. You know, when you ask me what time it is, and I say, oh, well, it's 5 o'clock. I'm not saying it's 5 o'clock Sagittarius, or I'm not saying, you know, it's 5 o'clock Aries. I'm saying it's 5 o'clock, you know, on a Sunday afternoon. So this is the point. So the question then is, well, who is looking at these clocks? Well, we don't know. Well, who built these clocks? Oh, well, we don't know. And so what we get is, we don't know, we don't know, we don't know, nobody knows, nobody has the memory of it. And that's, you know, when you start looking for the answers, and you always keep getting, I don't know, well, then if you don't know, then I'm not going to ask you anymore. So I need to find a person who does know. So it's not that Mr. Keshe is arrogant. He figured it out. And to figure it out, you have to create a theory. And a theory only remains a theory until it gets disproved once. And every theory that's been known to man, except for one other, has been disproved once. But we still cling to these theories. And we still bring them in, and you know, maybe we call them conspiracy theories or whatever. But the thing is that we cling to them. And the reason we cling to them is a strange reason. If we are not aware, then we have no choice. But if you're looking in one corner and you don't find what you're looking for, hello, why don't you turn around 180 degrees and look in the other corner? And then rudely I find out, well, they didn't want to look in the other corner. Well, you know, so there's a difference between not looking, failing to look at, or not wanting to look at, and that's the difference. So we come to a point where there are some people who just don't want the answer. They're in their comfy seat. Well, our comfy seat now has been expanded. And so we come to realize that when we came to this planet, we came through safety. We had a preconceived notion, not from our memory, not from our conscious memory, but we had a preconceived notion that we were coming to safety. And every one of these people who gave a testimony from their outer space travel never, ever discussed danger. Wherever they went, they were safe. So they were traveling in a system of safety. So the Universal Enhancement Unit is a refugium. And they came back with safety. And, you know, really think about it. You're talking about pioneers, explorers, and you're talking about people who have made a rational decision to go ahead with this. And they did it with the trust that they were going in safety. And they came back in safety. And they trusted that they could come back. And the success is obvious. And that memory of that trip in the physicality becomes part of that refugium. And so the next person who goes in has the benefit of that historical narration. And that historical narration is not in the history book, but is in the plasmatic history. And so they can participate in that. This is, do you understand the magnitude of this breakthrough? So we are now talking about literally breaking the collective amnesia of this planet. Ponder that for a bit.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Daniel, you had your mic open. Did you want to come in? I muted it. Maybe it was just open. Okay, are there any other questions, or would anyone like to add to the knowledge here? I'd like to play the formation of the Universal Council. Jefferson, yes, go right ahead.
Hey, hello, Mark.
Hello.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hi, Alex.
Very
Very nice to
Jefferson.
talk. Hi. And I have just not exactly a question, but it's a point that I was thinking. I think it was from 2 or 3 teachings that you brought for us kindly, as usual. And about the infrared light, because we were showing and you were talking and we saw those wonderful pictures about the rainbow. And these colors that we see from the interactions of the sun rays and the moisture, the water that's in our atmosphere. So the thing, in fact, is about the infrared, because we cannot see, just like the ultraviolet, we cannot see as well. But they play a very important things. And I was wondering, like infrared, we can replicate the infrared. We have some infrared lights that we see in the market that's good for the health, interacts with the body. There are kind of different strength of infrared. And I was just wondering, the infrared interaction with these MAGRAV fields in the transition, if they can alter or increase or decrease the strength of the field, because as you said, during the day we have the sun giving this infrared light, and during the night throughout the earth irradiation of heat, it as well creates infrared fields that the plants use to make conversions. So I was just wondering if those MAGRAV and those reactors that we have, CO2, do they interact with this? We can create different strength, like with these lights in your vision, or only through the natural forces from the sun, maybe during the sun set or sunrise that changes not the point from the earth irradiation, the sun radiation that we receive. You know, I'm just considering, yeah, you see this beautiful picture, but that's what we can see. What we cannot see, that's interesting, I think, to try to understand. I think Alex brought it from the infrared rays and ultraviolet. Thank you very much, Alex. I don't know if I could bring the idea.
Yes, yes, you do
Thank
know.
you.
Yes, you do know, and you've hit on a very key point. And so this point is that we know that the blue frequency is a higher frequency than the red frequency. And so we know that beyond the blue frequency and the ultraviolet is not visible, and below the infrared is not visible. But the difference is the ultraviolet is a higher frequency than the infrared. So now if we see that the gradient with these two rainbows is towards the center, and I hope people can see the arrows that I drew on the screen, the arrows are pointing towards the middle. And in that middle, so there's a convergence of gradients. The outside rainbow, the red is on the inside, and the inside rainbow, the red is on the outside. But both of these gradients are diminishing. So wherever they are, they're diminishing towards zero. So if the outside rainbow is literally through this invisible field going through different energy levels, it is on its way to zero. And the inside rainbow, as it's going through that in-between zone, is also on its way to zero. Well, what happens when the outside achieves zero and the inside achieves zero and they come together? So at some point in the middle there, and I don't know where that point is, but at some point in that point is zero. Well, you can't have zero. It can't be zero. Zero doesn't exist. Zero is the vanishing point. It's at that point it has to change dimension. Right? Where does it go? That's the significance of the double rainbows. You see the convergence of two fields coming to the point of zero, and zero doesn't exist. You cannot not give energy. You can only give energy. And you can do many things to prove that, you know? You can love someone or you cannot love someone. Hate is not an energy. Hate is a concoction of the English language. You cannot open your hand. You can only open your hand. You cannot not open your hand. You cannot give a command and not give the command. You can do this, and you'll find this out. When you tell a child, don't do that, the child doesn't hear the not. The child only hears the other words, do that. Not doesn't work. Nothing doesn't work. Something is always something. Nothing is nothing. So when these 2 points converge, that conversion point has to go somewhere. And it's not in physicality, because the physicality is supported by the plasma reality. So now you understand, Jefferson, what a sensitive nerve you've touched.
Yes, Alex. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying this. Thank you very much, my friend.
Okay, does anyone else want to come in before we close this session? Myrna's.
Hello, good night, everybody. I'm so glad everybody's so interested. I'm very interested also in all these exciting things going on. And I said, my friend, we really think that we really have to be conscious about our actions and thoughts and talks, to be ready, because now it's possible to go outside our habitual space. So who knows what's waiting for us. So, and as far as this pressure in the head, for me at the moment, I think it's just positioning between a higher magnetic field and higher magnetic fields and the person's magnetic field probably in the soul. So it's just the movements, adjustments, positioning. And it reminds me of a very close person to me, which started the meditation, which consists of being a transmitter between the high energy of hierarchic, higher, high level spiritual beings and human beings at the state actual, at the actual state, which is not very high in vibration, in action, and the way they are living. So for them to give the changes towards love and light, they need people who sit there voluntarily and they become like a transistor of this high energy to a smaller energy to be used for humanity, for all charities and good things to raise their levels. So my friend, my close person, he does that, and even though he doesn't believe in anything of the sort, completely scientific mind, and he noticed that he was feeling pressure in his head. especially like around his eyes, between the two eyes, because he has a little view problem of sight and uses all the time the glasses, things like that. And he just went on seriously to doing whatever has to be done. And little by little, he found out there were some problems of him as far as being tired or some small problems get away. He found a lot of energy, and his eyes are getting better and some other things. So he's now really serious. And even though he's not very much into anything he doesn't see, but he really does that. And this state of pressure in his head, he still feels it. Sometimes it changes a little bit, but he just let it go. And this small thing without any extra mantras or whatever has done him a lot of good, and he's very serious in doing that. When I do that, I don't get that pressure. I get other sort of familiarity and feelings and things like that. I do it in my room. He does it differently. So just the positioning of higher and lower micrographs, in my opinion. By the way, it's fantastic the way Mr. Keshe had found how to relate the whole thing together and make it workable for us. That's just amazing. I wish you all a lot of unexpectedly happy news and progress. And thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody. I didn't have a connection to talk before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Myrnas. Beautiful. Yes, we're all on the road to find out more about ourselves, our creation, the universe, and so on. Creator, Mitra, and so many new things. Beautiful.
I want to thank you, Mark, for leading us through this pioneering experience, these fields of exploration. And I want to thank all the panelists for contributing so greatly to this emission of universal energy. And I hope you enjoyed all these sessions. We have now come to the end of the Insight series, and for me, it's a kind of a dead end. And the reality is, in life there are no dead ends. So I have had to go through the intersection, so to speak. And so stay tuned for the next exciting episode. So I'm going to sign off here with great thanks and love, and see you again soon.
Thank you all for being an important part of the Keshe Foundation. We all hold a little corner, as Mr. Keshe said. Jasmine, have you held your workshop already? I was just wondering about that, or is it this coming week? If you'd like to add anything, if you're able to at this point.
Hello.
Hello.
No, not yet. Some people had to get some supplies.
Sure.
And so we're going to be doing it on Fridays because Lissy was saying that's the best time for everyone when there isn't another class.
Okay.
And another Keshe class. So we're going to be starting it this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time. And I'll be putting a little reminder on the Telegram chats about it also.
So we can join in person or on the Zoom network, if I understood.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, well, just give everyone ample time to adjust their schedule once you put it in. And if maybe a
Okay.
reminder near the meeting as well, when it starts, or so on and so forth. Beautiful. So it's a work in progress.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play the formation of the Universal Council, which is about 8 minutes. And remember, in your intentions and in your elevations and strengthening, please include the Universal Council. As we're all UC, we're all Universal Council, as Mr. Keshe said. So the Universal Council will be sort of the guiding light in a way, or take other positions of guidance and advice to some of the perhaps governments or leaders on different ways to go. And we will see the Universal Council growing more and more as they're looking to have one representative from each nation. And so we want to play the formation of the Universal Council. Then I will play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Anyone else would like to add something? Irmgard?
Yeah, I have a question about the Universal Council. There's always an opportunity to sign up for the Universal Council. So who does that apply to?
Under 60, as I understand it. So you can
I mean,
go.
is there like as a supportive member or as a member, or what does
Yes,
it mean?
whatever you'd like to be, depending on your age. And of course, your soul will lead you in that direction. And then I think there's some things to fill out on the website as well, especially for a Universal Council member. And then that would be reviewed by the staff at the Keshe Foundation.
Yeah, it's just, I'm too old.
Well,
I'm
you
too
can be
old,
a
but
Universal Council supporter.
Okay,
Okay, so
that was my question.
yeah, you can be a Universal Council supporter as well. I don't know if that requires any sort of paperwork or anything. I'm not quite sure. But yes, the older ones will actually, if someone did turn 60, and I think Azar is now not a Universal Council, but she's probably a Universal Council supporter. And as I said, I never saw the actual understanding of all these letters and things, but there is a reason for it. So, and there is a procedure for it as well. So you can go to the Keshe Foundation website, and anyone can be a no age limit on Universal Council supporter. And this will be probably the leading body and so on. As far as advising, not ruling per se, and not dictating either, but basically advising different other governments or leaderships, or become the United Nations and so on. So anyone want to add anything? Yes, you're very welcome.
Irmgard, you're only old if you're a tree or a mountain. You're young at heart, and that's what counts.
Well, I am a tree. Thank you.
Right, and we're learning how to live eternally, so there'll be no time. Time won't really exist. It only exists really in the matter state. So let's play this, the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Again, another opportunity if anyone wants to come in and add anything. Kay said, thank you, Mark, and all the participants for tonight's beautiful session. Wishing the elevation and enlightenment of all souls, as well as all the living souls residing on this beautiful planet. We agree. Okay, then that's where we'll go to the formation of the Universal Council. It's about 8 minutes. You've seen this before. They play it at the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace, which comes on Tuesday. If you have any testimonials, Rick will be doing the plasma testimonial meeting tomorrow at 8 p.m. CEST time, I believe. The reactor group will be on Wednesday. We also on Tuesday, besides the Universal besides the One Nation, One Planet, One Race meeting, which is at 4 p.m. CET. There's also TV Galactica with Rosanna, Raphael, and Marie, who's a Universal Council member. Thursday brings the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and then we'll probably have one or two special programs this week. As far as those, again, who have gone through, Mr. Keshe said there's about 10 people going through the systems on Monday. So I think he told Rick on Tuesday, there would probably be some sort of meeting or some sort of viewing of the next testimonials of people going through the system and links. We have the Brazilian meeting on Friday. They also have daily intentions, which you can join, and a Wednesday, I think, as well. So you'll find that on the different telegrams or in the social medias, hopefully, where to join and how to join those meetings. Probably another Saturday session coming up as well. I think there'll be another group of people processed on Wednesday, but we'll see. And keep your Zooms open and alert one another when we know that something is coming up. Okay. Thank you all again, beautiful knowledge seekers, as we continue to deliver the peace which is manifesting on this planet.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the messenger, not to oppose, but by them understanding through those who have become messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written, but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look to our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand, to be there to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe. is the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.